at all. Thank you. When we kids who can't do any reading at all, and then to get them from there to the point where they can start to read to learn. That hump is kind of a challenge. And it's, for us, it's about a 3 or 4 year window. We do some stuff before we introduce, like expect the kids to read. And of course, we do a lot of reading in our in-house library and our Raz Kids or Kids A to Z, right? Turn this little thing off real quick. Okay. All right. So, our goal here is to get kids from learning to read to reading to learn. And I think, show of hands, everyone agrees that's a pretty important goal, right? That's kind of and that's such a big step for them to be able to learn on their own and become autonomous learners, which is what we all hope they become. All right, I want to start real quickly with a story. Is anyone familiar with the Sleeping Bear Dunes in Michigan? Okay, it's for Japanese folks, you may know that do you know Totori? Right, the sand dunes of Totori. If you take an aerial, like a drone photo or a drone video of Sleeping Bear Dunes and Totori, it's almost identical. It's hard to tell which one's which. So if you've been to Totori, you'd understand. Big sand dunes, and there's a section in the sand dunes. You can see it's quite steep as you go down. And I went here when I was 7 years old, and it was a lot of fun. You're going down. I was 7. I was like, ah! My mom and my younger sister, she was 5, and baby sister was 1. They didn't go down, but my dad and I were like, yeah, let's go, right? But then the problem was I didn't realize how steep it was. And it was a real challenge to get back up. So they actually have warning signs. So 450 feet for folks who aren't from the US is about how many meters? 100. It's about 150 meters. So it's a 150 meter drop basically. And climbing up 150 meters when it's really, really, really steep, it's kind of like taking a step and sliding back and taking a step and sliding back, to the point they actually have rescue teams that will help people get back up this. But you don't think about that when you're 7, but you realize very quickly, this is not easy. And so I'm bawling my mom. My dad comes down to me and I'm like, I'm barely upright this night. But every step you slide back. And so he says to me, he goes, well, let's just take 20 steps. Right? Count with me. And I count. I get 20 steps. And we keep doing it, 20 steps, 20 steps, 20 steps, 20 steps. And we get to the top. So I kind of relate this story to the process of reading. It can be very frustrating. It can feel like it's uphill. It's very challenging. There's a lot of things that we have to do. But if we're consistent and constant in what we're doing, we can get over this very large reading hump called Sleeping Bear Dunes. All right, today I'm going to talk a little bit about why we want to do this. Of course, we want our students, why we're here in the classroom, of course, is to be effective communicators, not just reading. And then how do we get there as teachers? This is general rules. These not just about reading, but we have to be an example of a good communicator, which means we have to control our speed, our TPR, how we're saying, what we're saying, right? We have to plan our lessons carefully, but basically we need to show our students how to communicate and not just tell them, do this or do that. We have to show them so they can copy us or mimic us in some way. We have to be very clear with our students when we communicate with them. We have to be consistent in our goals and expectations, and we have to be caring. So hurry up. It doesn't, maybe not said the best way. Okay. The 3 C's that we talk about at our school a lot. And we have to work, this is important for me, always work from why, right? Why we're doing what we're doing, which is to help our kids, our students, to become effective communicators. And then next to how. Okay, how are we going to achieve that goal? And then finally, what? And what is kind of like, this is a TRW series, Think, Read, Write, and Think, Read, Write came about for a reason. So that's the what. But behind that were these goals of helping our students learn how to read and to become effective communicators. So I think you know that. So I want to start off very quickly with before phonics. Okay, and I think many of you know this, but prior to teaching phonics, we do a lot of things. So we're going to talk about what is phonemic awareness and phonics, both. Talk about the bones of the Think, Read, Write series, like how that relates, what's in it, to these goals. And then finally, we're not going to get to this today, so ignore it because I started 30 minutes late. All right, so you ready? All right, when I ask ready, I want you to say, oh yeah. So are you ready? Now come again, oh yeah, I'll stretch it out. Are you ready? All right, there we go. Okay, this is our struggle as in our situation is we are not in a native environment. So we're teaching English as a foreign language. Very different from teaching English as a second language. They don't get as much exposure. Our students don't have as much time. And so because of that, whatever we do, we have to kind of make it count, right, in our classrooms. Also outside activities. One of the things, reading is a great way to do that because it's something they can do on their own time, which is not our class time. Of course, we want to do it in our class, but we also want to give them opportunities outside. We don't have enough time or exposure with the language. They don't have enough vocabulary to read. So even if they study phonics, they might read the sounds, but they're not gonna, you know, and be like, if they put the letters or the sounds together and they don't know the meaning of the word, then is it really reading? Right? So we have to build a really good vocabulary base. And kids are not able to read, which is another challenge. So, all right. So the plan that I came up with, at least for our school and with the Think, Read, Write series, was to develop pre-reading skills prior to the students doing any type of like work with text. We still show them text, of course, but we don't make it the focus. Next, we have a phonics and reading program, which is essentially TRW and Think, Read, Write. You're talking about Scotty earlier, right? Scott Crow's got some really wonderful materials. Shout out, Scott, if you're around. And a lot of the pre-reading stuff would be having conversations and dialogues and acting things out and singing songs and, you know, even building vocabulary in more natural ways or even through flashcards. But then there is a point where there's kind of a zone where you are explicitly teaching or helping them with the reading, you know, progression, because it's not a natural progression and it does take some time. And then finally, once they're able to kind of get to the point where they can read, is to give them a lot of opportunities to do so, whether through a library, whether it's online or physical books. And I think everyone agrees with everything I'm saying, right? No big surprises here, but let's start with the basics. So this is one kind of passionate thing for me, is before teaching reading, I do a lot of play with words and sounds and blending things together. I don't have too many videos of that today. But we can talk about it later. That was part of the activity section, but I started 30 minutes late. So anyways, a phoneme, like, real quick, what is a phoneme? Nam, what's a phoneme? A sound, good. Ruthie, I'm going to get the perfect answer, I know.
Smallest unit of sound.
The smallest unit of sound. That's what you meant, exactly. Yeah, it's the smallest measured thing. And that's different for different languages. I mean, Japanese is interesting because it's actually based on mora. And mora are two sounds which are basically connected with the exception of a couple, right? And maybe some people would argue or disagree, but wo, right? So for the most part, it's a consonant and a vowel. And that sound combination would be considered an individual unit in Japanese. So our students are coming from this concept. That's all they've heard for the most part for their whole lives. And so when we do teach phonemic awareness or phonics, we're dealing with much smaller individual chunks of sound that they probably haven't heard isolated before. Like they can't hear a final consonant sound because there's always a vowel that comes after it. So if we understand that, oh, they can't hear k, they hear ku or ka. They're always going to hear a vowel sound after this. So how do we develop this type of phonemic awareness, this awareness of phonemes in our students? So as Ruthie says, it's the smallest, right, individual sound in a language. How many individual sounds are there in English? This is a real big debate, by the way. 40-ish? Nice answer. So well, you'll say 44. Anybody have a different number?
I'll go with what Ruthie says.
Yeah, what she said. Well, before I give you the answer, and the answer is a little confusing, but we think about why understanding sounds is important is a little bit, you know, these are the sounds, and if you count them, you're going to see 44. But why are they important is because this is chemistry. These are the elements of science or whatever, right? Or, yeah, this is what you're going to find if you go out there. These are the core elements. Phonemes are the core elements of the English language. They're the core sounds, and those sounds and how they're blended together and how they, some sounds just don't go with other sounds. Just like if you mix this with this, boom, right? It just doesn't happen in nature. So the students not only need to hear and learn to hear and produce the sounds, but they also need to know what are natural blends of these sounds together. And they're going to be different in English than they are in Japanese. And so establishing that base system prior to teaching phonics can be very, very beneficial and helpful. We can do that through sounds. Songs. We can do that through, certain games where we play. And there's a video of Satomi, or she's holding up, a black or brown card, I think. And what did you say? Drown or something like that? Prown. As you brown, she's like, prown. They're like, oh, no, it's brown. No, it's prown. No, it's, they go back and forth. And finally the kids are like, no, brown. Good. That's the goal. So they identify that first sound as b or b, and they start b, right? Not p. So when you start playing games like this, they become aware without teaching what a phoneme is. And then when they transfer that phoneme recognition or understanding to the association with text or symbols, they already have the ability to produce the sounds, hear the sounds, and blend the sounds. So that's a big part of what we try to do at our school before we introduce text. Very quickly, what type of phonemes are there? Oh, by the way, I'm going to go back to that initial, this one right here. 44 sounds in British English, but anything essentially with an R in it, where I would argue this is not a phoneme. I would say, something different. If you're from Australia, how would you say this? Where, right? It's very different than where I would say it in North America. So there's actually two PAs. There's the IPA, which is the International Phonetic Alphabet, which is what this is. There's also an APA, which is the American Phonetic Alphabet. The IPA has 44 sounds. And depending on the country and the dialect and the region, it's probably a little different. The APA, the American one, has 39. There are 5 fewer sounds. So if we think of ear, eat, say the word ear, that would be a single phoneme in the IPA. But in American English, or North American, I think would be more accurate, we would say eat, It's 2 sounds, not ia. It's very different. So anyways, just so you know, there is a little bit of a difference. I make no judgment. However you want to teach, that is fine. But there are 39 in the APA and there's 44 individual phonemes in the IPA. All right, skipping ahead very quickly. What kind of phonemes? It's a little bit of a delay, be fun. All right, so this is a very simplified version. All right, Lawrence, can you read the first one for me?
Short vowels.
Short vowels are the very tiny, the really, we all know that. How many short vowels are there? 5, okay. Long vowels, okay. How many long vowels are there?
6.
Ooh, good, you got that. Anyone know why?
Long U.
Yeah, long U has 2 sounds, yeah. Ooh and U, right? Use or ooh, right? So it's kind of a tricky. That's actually kind of a weird one because it actually starts with a Y sound, right? Yep, right. So I mean, it's a little bit whatever. It gets a little dicey because technically A is a diphthong. So long A is technically a diphthong. Diphthong is basically a combination of 2 vowel sounds that we see frequently. So it constitutes a separate sound when we count them. Okay. A lot of times this will be just the shape of the mouth changing in the middle of the vowel sound. Ow, a. So you're hearing 2 type of sounds. Michael Jackson actually did a lot with diphthong work when he sang. So if you listen to Michael Jackson's songs, you'll hear him playing. You hear him playing between the first and second sound of the diphthong. It's very interesting, yeah. So it's one of the reasons he sounds so distinctive. So
Give an example.
What? Sorry, everyone at home. Didn't expect that. Consonants too is a lot of fun. Like if we understand this stuff as teachers, it really helps us, I think. I'm just going to very, very quickly that we do have voice sounds, which means that the voice is turned on. So for example, we have b, All right, the sound, we're using our voice to make the sound. If we take that voice out, that would be an unvoiced sound. So the minimal pair for b would be, there's no voice. Obviously, when we're playing with sounds or doing, if you substitute these minimal pairs, for example, black could be plaque. And so the kids will start to identify. If I hold a picture of a black circle and I say plaque, they're like, no, black. I'll say, no, plaque. No, big, no, black. The mouth position is identical. There's no difference. And Think, Read, Write, I think many of you know, Unit 2, Unit 3, and the beginning of Unit 4 are all of these minimal pair sounds. So S and Z are together, F and V are together, B and P are together, G and CK are together. And there's a reason for that, is that there's fewer things for the students to focus on when they start. So the mouth position is the same for 2 letters in a row. And that was done on purpose. And then later we did similar ones next to each other. So H and W, w, w. So you hear a lot of whites with our students. And so that was also done on purpose. Oh, sorry. Oop. Sorry. Okay. Nope. Come on, there we go. We also have continuous sounds, which these sounds basically, they're just going to keep going until you run out of air, right? And these are called sing-songy sounds, right? So any continuous sound, all the vowels are continuous, right? But it just keeps going. And so these are sounds that no matter what, as long as you have air, you can continue the sound. These are great for stretching and blending. And if I say black, then the kids can hold that one L sound because it's a continuous sound. You can't do that though with, they're a different name, but I couldn't remember when I was throwing this together. Stop sounds, which are just basically immediate. These would be quick plosive sounds. Okay. And then there's another section, which is like a fricative, which would be a blend between, you have like a or a v, where there's some friction happening as a sound is releasing, and that's where the sound is. And you can still hold those. You can kind of go, what's a good example? You know, very. So there is some friction. Fart. It's a very fat fart. Fat fart. All right, and then finally, just a couple other types of consonants. So these were, it's a little bit more of the grapheme side of things where you actually have 2 or 3 letters representing a single sound. Okay. Anyways, so phonemic awareness is the ability to hear the sounds of English, produce the sounds of English, and blend these sounds together. And this skill, I'll put this part of the presentation first before Think, Read, Write, because I think it's really important for all of us to remember, is that if our students are able to do this without text prior to introducing text, when text is introduced, they're already halfway there. Then the only thing left is just making the association between these sounds and how those sounds are represented. If you're trying to teach phonics and phonemic awareness at the same time, it's going to be more challenging. It's going to be more frustrating for the students. And so as much as possible, try to develop this prior to teaching phonics. That's my main point. As an example, I do have a little video here I'd like to share with you. This is an African language. I do not know. If somebody knows what language it is, please let me know. But imagine your students sitting in class and we come in and we're starting to speak in English. And what does it sound like to them? They're not used to the sounds of English. They're not used to how they blend together. So for me, this is how I imagine they sound.
Yeah, in Xhosa language, we have 3 clicking sounds, which makes this language a bit of a different Nguni language, because Zulu is a bit similar to Xhosa, Swati, and Ndebele, but Xhosa has got these 3 clicking sounds. The first one is C, so the pronunciation of C is ta, ci, ci, go, go, ta, ci, ci, go, go. Can you do that? Yes, and then
From the back of the throat.
the second is X. The pronunciation is ta, ci, go, go, ta, ci, ci, go, go.
Sounds very similar to Japanese, by the way.
I can't do it when I'm saying it at the same time, is it?
Yeah, that's difficult.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one is the Q.
right.
That you are a very excellent student. And then and then let me do the sentences. I'm not going to make it hard for you to repeat them, but that will be the clicking sentences. Starting with the C1. Vala ucango ucaceleng taking ngothe caca ngothe nca. Ixesha lixeshile ixhoko lixhalabele uxamba phaqulana. The Q1 iqaqa laqabele eqawukeni zibhakaqeka umhlana qaqa igqirha lenze ngothwana. So the meanings vala ucango ucaceleng taking ngothe caca ngothe nca. Close the door tightly so that no air could penetrate. The X1. Ixesha lixeshile ixhoko lixhalabele uxamba phaqulana. The old man had an appointment with his friend. His friend did not turn up. He panicked, became very angry, and moved to another place.
Okay. Oop, there we go. It's just perspective, right? I mean, that's what our students hear when they come to our classes for the first time, right? And so if we remember that, oh, so they're going to struggle to hear not only the sounds, the sound combinations, because they're different, and how different it is from their L1, which is Japanese. So I'm starting here today, just as a reminder to myself, as the school year is starting in April. And so our new students coming in, that feeling that we had, just like, whoa, whoa, that's probably similar to how they feel. So just a quick little reminder to myself and to everyone at home or here. So there we go. All right, why are we really here? Going back to the struggle, most of you know the series very well, so I probably won't say too much that you don't know. Folks at home also, I don't know if you're new to the series, I'm just gonna give a quick overview. This is the series now. Is everyone, who's, just so curious to people in the room, who's using Starter? 1, 2, 3, okay, all right. Yeah, so 3 has been a big addition to the series. It kind of finishes the Think, Read, Write journey. And when we made it, basically all of the grammar from Readers 2 and Readers 1 is represented, almost all of it, in Think, Read, Write 3. So there's a lot of review that happens as the kids are going through, and they're like, oh, okay, then they're reading the readers. So we actually, at our school, we spread out Think, Read, Write 1, 2, well, Starter 1, 2, 3 for over 4 years, but the readers we do over 3 years. So we start with kids 1, our first graders, and go all the way to kids 3. So the readers are spread out, 22 stories are spread out over 3 years. And so they're getting a lot of review and back and forth just by using, maybe if you're using the green book, then you're also reading the stories, you're starting to make the connections between the two things without explicit teaching necessarily. All right, so very quickly, I want to talk about why, I wanted to make the book in the first place, the primary goals, and that was to get over that hump. I wanted to get for the students from here to here so that they were able to do some stuff on their own. I'm noticing a little bit of a delay between what I'm seeing so I apologize for that. Yeah, I think some of you know this, but I wanted reading to be a fun process and not always hard. And so we chose a lot of vocabulary and the chants and other things because we wanted it to be a bit fun for the kids. And a big thing for me was flexible and useful vocabulary. How many textbooks have the word fart in it? I don't know if that's okay for everybody, but I know that if I were a 2nd or 3rd grader and going through a book and I saw somebody the publisher put fart in there, I'd be like, okay, this is cool. They understand me. They get it. They get that kids like this. And so it's not being like this and buttoned up. It's a little bit relaxing so you can have fun with the vocabulary. And useful is important too, which is why nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, as you know, and all of that vocabulary is used in the readers. So that's kind of another big part. I wanted to be fun for the students and for you guys. Yeah, I wanted, especially more with the later books, actually the Starter too, to be able to personalize the book. So one of the things I love about the TRW series, especially Starter 2 and 3, is if two kids, if like, Jan and I are next to each other in class, and I look at Jan's book and Jan looks at my book, they're gonna look different. because there's places for them to draw art, or there's places for them to do the coloring and stuff with the big A or the little a. So even though the books are the same when they're new, as we go through the process of using the book, we're going to personalize these books. And so there's ownership in that. And when the kids own something and it's different, then they're kind of, oh, curious, right? And that was one of the goals as well. This is a big part I'll talk about today with the activities. There are a lot of potential problems, a lot of difficulties that students will challenge. As much as possible, I addressed those in all of the activity pages so that new teachers or even experienced teachers, if you just look at the activity pages, right, you'll be like, oh, okay, that's going to be hard for them. That's going to be hard for them. And then you can work backwards as you're doing the regular pages of the book. You'll know what to kind of point out or what type of activities just by looking at the activities in the book. So it kind of like helps the teacher identify potential problems prior to them becoming problems. Yeah, I wanted it to look good because I only wanted to do it once. Second edition is coming out, by the way, next year. So this year, actually. So not big changes, just little changes. And yeah, I wanted lots of teacher support because I got tired of spending Ichiman Ni-sen for flashcards or Ichiman for the CD set or whatever it was. How much are you selling your CD set?
The phonics set for the Oakman yen, that's like less than half the price I paid for it. Goodness.
I didn't want to do that because I got tired of it. So everything's free, yeah, basically, including the app. So yeah. All right. So come on. There we go. All right. It's here, but it's not there. So I think most of you know, but for folks at home and stuff, if you haven't used the book, there's basically a teacher's book in every book. It's the first couple pages. There's identifies each of the activities and what the point or the purpose of the activities is, so that, again, you wouldn't have to buy a separate teacher's book necessarily. Because I thought, I've spent Ichiman on a teacher's book before, and I always thought, shouldn't they just be giving this away? That was, if they want to get the most out of it. So it's simple, but it gives the teachers a good start. Why is this activity here? What's the point? Okay, I get it. So you kind of have an idea of what to pay attention to. I really wanted the anchor chant, which is the beginning chant that the kids do in the book, which helps them identify all of the sounds. I wanted it to be kind of unique with the music, but also I think we all know it's a puzzle, right? Right. So there's matching pairs. So there's apple and boy and up and run and jump. Yeah. So folks at home, if you haven't used the series, that was one of the goals. So they're learning 13 pairs versus 26, individual ones. And it makes learning that, much more quickly, I think, because they're learning by association as well. And also nouns and verbs, adjectives, prepositions, they're all in the anchor chant, especially the first two books. So. All right, so the starter book is very simple, and one of the main points is it only uses the initial position, right, to keep it simple, which is pretty common in phonics books, but in Think, Read, Write 1, it's a lot different because we use the target phoneme or the target grapheme is in the middle, or the end of the word to help them, again, develop phonemic awareness just by using the book. That's one of the main points. If you are starting with like a starter or one and haven't done a lot of phonemic awareness, the book should help. It may not be 100%, but it should help, okay? Very simple, the goals of this, we do say big and little a, and then the focus on the phone, big A, little a, stretching out a little bit more, only 3 vocab. The Rebus chant is a little bit simpler. This one, how do you do this? Anybody using starter? How do you do this part? Yeah. I want to make sure of that because it's really important, right? Because you can go, and especially when they get to this, then you're working on word blending or blending right there. Because you go, right? So they're finishing the word. So if you can make that kind of fun, they'll also develop phonemic awareness just through that simple activity. All right, in the activity section, like I mentioned before, it's they're going to struggle with these things, especially opposite things. So as much as possible, I tried to highlight these potential problems You probably still need to follow them up in the classroom with more activities, but this will help you identify, I think, at least the problems I had with students. And there's quite a few that are similar. You know, English is weird in some ways because big A and little a look nothing like each other, but big W and little w look exactly like each other, besides just being, you know, high or low. So it's an odd combination there. And even stuff like this, right? The upside down, but with the extra line. We do get into sound blending, although they're not words. Although from Unit 4 in Think, Read, Write Starter, everything is a word, essentially. So we from that. So if you see, this is Unit 3, and so we have on and read and pig. So we want them reading, even though they're not technically writing yet. We want them blending these sounds, and they read on. They know it's on from the anchor chant. And they know red because it's in the textbook. They know pig because it's in the textbook. So when they're pig, oh, I know pig, right? So they start to identify this text and the sounds and the meaning of the words. And that was another goal of the starter as well. Of course, upper and lowercase is a challenge. And so each unit in starter has this. Think, Read, Write 1 only has it just a little bit. So I encourage you to do more of those type of matching games or whatever, obviously. And then upper and lowercase identification as well in the activities. And then this is a challenging part of English, eh? I know Satomi does a lot of work with this. Thanks to Ruthie. Ruthie, what is your secret? You call it the Nikai Tate, is it? Yeah. So this, the 2-story building, the 1-story building, and the one with the basement. And so we identify these, like circle the ones that are on the first floor, put a rectangle around the ones that are on the second floor, and then put a diamond around the ones that are in the basement. And so this type of identity is the last page of starter. Prior to starting Think, Read, Write 1, they are doing this activity. So, all right, moving on to Think, Read, Write 1, obviously the same anchor chant, but the biggest difference is that the vocab down here, we may have apple, ant, but then cat and bag are in the medial positions. And this is helping them identify. Now, I can't do it with vowels, right? I can't put them at the end because vowels change. What happens to vowels when they're at the end of a word or the end of a syllable? Generally, they become the long version of themselves. Or silent, yeah, that's true. So a final E or something like that would be, what? Yeah, there are exceptions, right? But like tiger, the reason that the I says I instead of Tigger, the Winnie the Pooh's buddy, is Tigger. And the reason for that is because it's Tig is the first syllable. So it's a short I. But Ti and then Ger. I is the final letter. So it's going to say the long sound like tiger or lion, right? So you can't put the vowels at the end of the words, unfortunately. But from Unit 2, we do that with others. 4 vocab instead of the 3 in starter. We do some letter identification, and then we do stroke order. And stroke order in TRW is based on cursive or writing. So once you put the pencil down, if you don't have to, don't pick it up. Just keep going until that stroke is done. And so that was a stroke order I decided to go with. And then this is an interesting part of it. I think you know, but any letter, this is where they're supposed to write the letter. The black means that they haven't learned how to write that letter yet. But as you go on in the book, that changes to gray. And so, and you can see, as you use the book, you can start to identify, okay, this is all gray or blank. So you're like, okay, they know how to, the stroke order of all these letters, so I can expect them to write that in their notebooks or whatnot. Okay, so this is just kind of an indication for teachers as well. That took quite a while to figure out, by the way, when we were making it. So we did not do that in book 2 because it was kind of already, yeah, they figured out the stroke order, so it wasn't a goal. All right, we do have the review, of course, in the activity pages. And going back to what I mentioned before, potential problems. Things the kids might struggle with. As much as possible, we put in the activities. Differences in upper and lowercase. It's going to be a struggle as always. Different fonts. So obviously A and G especially, I think, are the 2 most common. That's going to be a challenge for them, which is also one of the reasons at the bottom of the book we have the different fonts of English. These also, sometimes these target sounds or graphemes or phonemes are going to be in the initial position, and sometimes they're going to be in the medial position or the end. And throughout the book, throughout the activity pages, that's constantly done. Oh, let me go back actually, because of this part. So you can see here now, so you can't quite see from this photo, but black is here twice and crab is here twice. And that's so, for example, black. And then over here under C is black. So using the same vocab word multiple times will help draw their attention to the, oh, it could be here, it could be here. So again, this is kind of phonemic awareness development, but also graphemic awareness. They're saying, okay, it's going to be here and here. And they start to put this together as like a bit of like a puzzle was one of the goals, right? Again, these are the tall or basement letters or second floor letters, right? Also contributed to here. And then we do letter sound like VC blending and then CVC and VCC and a bunch of other types of blending in the activity pages. What's the tall and the short here. And then it's something we don't think about, but English has 3 different widths of letters, right? We have the I width, we have the AOE width, and then we have the W and the M, and that's weird. That's why fonts are so expensive to make. I wanted to get a special font made just for Think, Read, Write. 20 grand for a professionally made font. Wow. Like where they take into consideration everything, all the special characters, and it's a $20,000 for dollars. Nihakuma for a proper font. You can get cheaper ones and they kind of work most of the time, but this one is like tested and everything's perfect. So English is weird placements, and J, and what do you do with that F? And you write flower and that little tail touches the L and it just drives you nuts, right? And it happens with certain fonts. Or like just it's a little too wide here. It's just weird. So English is a strange language in that sense. The alphabet is in that sense. And so just trying to draw attention to the kids so that as teachers and the kids realize, oh, okay, there are slightly different things going on here. And hopefully that helps everybody. Yeah, we do a lot with the sound substitution. This is also phonemic awareness based, where they're trying to identify what's different in the thing. And some kids are going to learn just by shape. I think if you've been teaching reading for a long time, some kids can kind of jump over phonics. Not everybody. Maybe 10, 15, 20% of kids, depending on how much exposure they get, how much Peppa Pig they watch with subtitles. I don't know. But there are those kids who do it. And this is just kind of a reminder to teachers as well, that sometimes kids do learn by shape. And sometimes phonics is, not as necessary for certain students, but this is how they do it. They're basically recognizing shapes and maybe a little bit of the awareness of what's going on in the word. So, yep. More of this type of stuff, right? And one of the things I really wanted to do in the book was put consonant blends, and I don't know what they're called. Maybe somebody can tell me, like GG and egg, or CK and black, or SS and kiss. It's a double letter, which represents a single sound, but it's not a diphthong necessarily. Not a digraph. I guess. But I think of I guess it would be a digraph, like the double, where there's 2 letters representing a single sound, but it doesn't change the sound. It's not a TH, right? It's still, and it's not a blend. So I'm not sure what it is, but anyways, we put a lot of those in there. So apple and kiss, and I mean, there's probably like 8 or 9 in the book. And then CK is like sock and black, and that's different. What's that? Quack, yeah. And then this one here, right? UCK, right? Duck.
It's called a geminate consonant.
Tip of my tongue. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, ChatGPT. Yeah, so more. You're getting the point here. Is like they're going to struggle with these things, right? Because if you go like that, you've got R. If you go like that, you've got N. So they're going to struggle. So as much as possible, the activities of all the books, well, especially book 1 and 2, these type of things were put in the book to help teachers. Getting into book 2, obviously we switched to digraphs and diphthongs, and 1 trigraph, I guess, which is also. not a big change of anything. These are all the same type of thing. Shark fart, nice, okay. But as you know, we switched to comics after this. Satomi's going to talk, she's going to share a little bit about some of her notebooks later. I'm excited about this because there's this comic that a child has rewritten. So I'm excited to have you see that. And then we do get more into letter writing, and this includes like words together with a space. And so that's another concept that they start working on in book 2. And then kind of implicit grammar, linking like an adjective, noun, without necessarily explaining it. This is really carried over in Think, Read, Write 3. We do a lot more with this. And yeah, a lot more of the same. We introduce syllables in this book and introduce some spelling rules. Final Y in a single syllable word is an I sound, but in a 2 or more, it's going to be an E sound, as in family or stinky. So we introduce those concepts. We also do magic E. E is a tough one, by the way, because there aren't many. So we just use good old Pete. There's Pete. Hey, hi, Pete. Hi, Pete. We also get into compound words here, and then dictionary skills with alphabetical order. So these are all concepts that we hope that you can kind of pull out a little bit in class, and eventually get into like putting all of this together and making, this is similar to what you would see in the readers as well. So full dictionary is obviously getting quite a bit larger, but then Think, Read, Write 3 changes things quite a bit. If you haven't seen the book, this is the first spread in Think, Read, Write 3. Oh my God, there's Japanese. Yeah, where basically it explains everything in simple Japanese. You know, what is a noun? What is a verb? And we've seen these words. We give them a shape. So nouns are going to be a red circle. Adjectives are going to be a green triangle. Verbs are going to be a blue square. And then prepositions, you can't see, is an orange donut. And these are all, in the dictionary, these are all highlighted so that we know what type of word that it is. Yeah, countable and uncountable nouns are covered. Some articles are covered, different plurals, and then third person singular. These are all grammar points that are in the readers anyways, and the kids have seen or been exposed to over the years. So it's not, but this time we give them a chance to, you know, read it on their own, kind of figure things out, check off some boxes when they kind of have done it or understand. We introduce sign language with this to help with personal pronouns. So I, you, he, she. And so we encourage kids to use this when they're doing the chants. This is an alphabet challenge because around 3rd or 4th grade, when they study Romaji in the elementary schools, all of their beautiful pronunciation goes, and L becomes Eru. You're like, no! So I put an alphabet chant in there just to fight back. So each unit has some one of these challenges, and unfortunately because of time we won't have time to get there, but I can do it during the break if you'd like. It's a lot of fun, especially the one with GJZ. That's not easy at all. And then we do all of the phonics review from the first 3 books. So basically the content of Think, Read, Write 1 and 2 is reviewed in the opening spread. Also this time with the game board, we don't have individual words. They're all contextualized with short sentences, and only adjectives and nouns. So again, Think, Read, Write 2, that little chain link, the boxes are linked together, the grammar stuff, bringing it full circle here so that they're seeing it. We have a spelling section here as well. This is all the music's different. It's much faster. And the spelling section, we've also helps with that letter, you know, how to pronounce the letters. And the kids over the course of a year, night and day difference. We almost have them. We almost save them from the Romaji pronunciation. This is after they do the spelling section. This is the dictionary. So it's a write your own dictionary, and it indicates what type of word. When one word has multiple options, you'll see 2 symbols. So it could be a verb and it could be a noun or something like paint. It would have a red circle and it would have a blue square. So we have a listening section which highlights some of these contractions. So we point out like I plus M equals I'm. And then in the listening section, we say, what do you hear? It's 3 times. The first time I would say is native level. So I'm a student. Next one, there's a slight separation. I'm a student. And the last one is slow, so everybody can get it. I'm a student. So they'll definitely get it 95%, 99% of the time. think so. This also helps over the course of a year. It makes a big difference in the students and what they're hearing is. They're identifying the differences between contractions or slight pronunciation differences and stuff. And so that was also in there. 4 frame comics, which are related to the listening section and the vocabulary. So everything's connected just in a different way. We often reverse things as well. Like, for example, we get into boys and girls. It might be like, he's a silly boy, but then in the another example, she's a silly girl. So we try to keep things really well balanced, you know, so it doesn't like make the boys seem like the silly ones and the girls the smart ones, which is usually the case. So you see here, like, you are a girl, you're a smart girl, you're a boy, you're a silly boy. But then if you go down to the bottom, they have to write that out, then it's reversed. And so that was a major point. We wanted to make sure that it was pretty equally distributed. The Excel sheet was very helpful because you can see, okay, there's a listening, there's a comic, there's, okay, we got it. Wanted to make sure we went as we go down. One thing just to point out very quickly, because my session is going to end here. We did the lines disappearing so that they get used to writing on a single line, which has helped tremendously. Again, referencing Satomi's show and tell later. When she shows some of the notebooks, you'll see that the kids are writing by about 3rd or 4th grade on single lines and doing very well. And which is the goal. That's normal, right? So, and this is my favorite. I'm going to stop here, I think, actually, because of time. I'm going to get Ruthie in here. So we have the word types. And then this is in the beginning, I mentioned personalizing the book. So what we want them to do is we want them to pick, you know, an adjective and pick a noun. There is a database in the back of the book that has all of the words from Think, Read, Write, Starter 1, 2, and 3 in the readers. So they can choose which one they want. They can illustrate to show that they understand it, and they can write it. So Jan and I are sitting next to each other. His sentence will be totally different than my sentence, and his illustration will be totally different. So it's not only the illustration that changes, it's the content that changes. And so 24 times throughout the book, they're creating something original that's theirs and they own. And some of them are hysterical. Really interesting. They're going to make some mistakes. That's fine. Great chance. Oh, by the way, this is this. Oh, okay. And they start learning these things without being taught specific rules. They're still having fun. They're still exploring. And that's a big part of the process. So, yeah, big part of the process. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever had any kids go, I don't want to draw, I don't draw, I'm not drawing,
We haven't had any refuse, but we have had some kids like just do simple drawings, and we don't make any judgment on that. I think some kids also have done like internet stuff where they printed something maybe in our notebooks. It's a good question. Yeah, and that's fine. And if they don't want to show it, the teacher shows it. And you can, do you want to show? And it says, no, okay. So you don't have to be like, hey, I suck. Because that was me. I'm a terrible drawer, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah.
Unrelated.
2 students
No, we don't draw.
don't draw and didn't like it, yeah.
They said they want to translate instead because they're grown-ups and they don't draw.
They want to translate instead of drawing. No, and that's another, now, you know something? That's an interesting concept for those kids who prefer to do that if that's their thing. Have them translate in the box, I guess, or right below the line. I mean, I don't think there's a judgment to be made on the part of the teacher or us if that's their preference for expressing themselves. You know, I wouldn't necessarily encourage it, but if they're doing it that way and that's how they can communicate with you, that's great. So, oops, sorry. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button, so we have to go through this again. Sorry. All right. So yeah, I've got the verbs here and we got the adjectives down at the bottom. And these are all words that have been in the book. We do the disappearing lines this way on the activity pages. There's a very rapid, I am short, I am a boy, I am a short boy, I am tall, I am a teacher, I am a tall teacher. So it's a very rapid, and then the questions on the other side. And then this one is funny because in February, the difference between April and March, it's massive. First, they're like, what do I do? And then they figure it out. Oh. And so that's how they learn that there are spaces between words in English. So, all right. I'm not going to talk about the readers now because we're out of time and Ruthie Ida is up next. So with that, I'm going to skip ahead and say thank you. And there we go. Yay. Now the real reason you've all come. Ruthie Ida. She'll be talking about reading with Relish. Ruthie.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, so Eric said I'm not going to talk about relish as the green stuff you put on your hot dog, but actually I am.
You are.
Sure. Relish can be a noun or it can be a verb. If it's a noun, it's what gives that hot dog the zip. Sometimes I'd rather have the relish than the hot dog. Life without relish would be pretty sad. If you use it as a verb, it means doing something with a zip, with enthusiasm and with enjoyment. So reading with relish, not necessarily, as Eric said, reading to learn, but reading to enjoy is how I meant the title. So first of all, why use these books? I assume that most people are using the reader books from what Eric said, but maybe someone isn't and is interested watching on Zoom. Basically, my reason for using these books is they are finely attuned to every kid's emotion. They have meaning for children. So the pictures on the screen are the pictures from the first reader book. And basically, I boiled every picture and every story down to one emotion that means something to kids. This is my personal favorite. Something I wanted was taken from me. That's the egg. Even as adults, we know that feeling. You wanted it so bad. I dropped it and it broke. That's especially painful for kids. It makes a loud noise, things fly around, you know you're gonna get in trouble. Look at the poor pig. He's a bad character, but here you have to feel for him. I got what I wanted, the same pig and the look on his face. He went and he dragged out a trampoline and jumped into that tree to get what he wanted, and he's satisfied. The same pig, I win the egg, I'm the best. Yeah, well, he won, but he didn't play fair. Every kid knows somebody like that at school. And that's what we talk about in the reception room or after the class. And kids will say, oh yeah, I know a kid like that. And they'll tell you all the juicy stuff. Over here, anybody been scared at a picnic by a large unfriendly insect? That's really scary. I have a very small daughter, and she really related to that picture. And those are adults. Those are a bunch of big old guys screaming and leaving the picnic, leaving all their food. I'm really scared. Another personal favorite is the crab. He's a bad character, but you gotta feel for him. He can't do what he wants to do. He can't swim. And his friend, the frog, is going around and around the pond. I can swim, I can swim, I can swim. He can't do it. He can't even work on his skill. It's not in his skill set. All he can do is be mad. And that's really, really relevant for young kids. They're just not there yet. They want to do it and they know they can't. So that's my reason why you should use these books, is you never have to worry that a kid can't relate to what is in these books. It's real emotion and it's authentic. And also, Eric said, you know, timeless design. And another thing that's good is that we have mostly animal characters. The boy never says anything. He just shows shock. The old guys, they just brag about the van they own. Most of the talking is done by animals, which is also brilliant. You don't have any male-female stereotypes, and gender is not an issue. So I wanted to talk about using the books with an analogy to cooking. Sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't, but in my school, basically we spend 3 weeks on each story, the Reader 1 and the Reader 2 books. 3 weeks. Very rarely we might spend 4, or even more rarely we might only spend 2, but mostly it's 3. The first week is do the prep. Any decent cook knows it's really important to do the good prep work before you start cooking. The prep work the first week is to spark curiosity. If your kids aren't curious about the story to begin with, you're starting from a handicap. So I take a lot of time. I let them link to prior knowledge, which is good language acquisition. Ask, where did you see this character before? What story was he in? What kind of character was he? Encourage prediction. Again, that's brain science. Let the kids say, oh, what do you think this character's doing in the picture? What do you think they're going to do next? They love it. The brain loves it. If some of that happens in Japanese, it's all good in my school. Every school has different standards, but in my school, we use both to get at the meaning. Next, part of the prep work is learning the vocab. And it's important, even if kids think, I know this word. Oh yeah, well, knowing a word is really deep. They think they know it, but you can always know that word better. So we talk about the vocab. We usually play with the vocab. And then we do a first reading. And the first reading is very low key. We usually sitting in a circle on the floor, and they use their fingers, or they use something we call the little hand. It's a little pencil with a very tiny hand on the end. They never separate from the text. We don't encourage just looking and reading. You're looking and you're using either your finger, a pencil, or the little hand, which is very popular. So they have their textbooks open. I read the story and they follow. That's the evil Ruthie over there. That's kind of scary. So I'm reading, they follow along, and I don't say read with me. What usually happens is the ones who think they can do it and want to read with me start trying to read. The ones who are more comfortable listening, I let them listen. The ones that learn by following a little bit after, shadowing, you'll hear that too. So the first reading, anything goes, it's fine. Another key to the prep is that week they're going to get homework. And Satomi's going to talk later about how we use the notebooks. And I also am passionate about the notebooks. And their homework will be writing the key phrases and key words from the story in their notebook in a fun way. I never have them just copy words. And I'll show you some examples after of how I do that. Anything my kids write, they're expected to be able to read. Just writing something you can't read, there's no meaning in it. So their homework for that week will be writing the keywords and phrases from the story, and then reading it, making a recording, and submitting it to me digitally to be checked. So that's my prep. The second week, you can consider it as cooking the meal, right? And this is the real practice time together. They've had practice time at home, but that's, you know, by themselves or with their mom. What really motivates them is reading with their friends in class. And this is specifically fluency based. If they're making mistakes, I'm not calling it yet. I'm seeing how much they can read on their own and how fast and how smooth they can read. Along with the class reading time, we always play kareta. This is like the trademark of my school. If we don't play karata, we play another game, but it's usually karata. This time, when we play karata, which is the card slapping game, in the second week, we're not working on reading skills and decoding. By the second week, they're reading every word in the story. Not always easily, but they're reading the words. It makes no sense to say, can you find this? Slap. Yes, I've got it. So the second week, the card slapping game is more about Flash. Oh, ding dong, Flash swims to the window. It's a comprehension quiz based on phrases in the story. So then you see who's really been doing their practice work at home and who's waiting till the last minute. And that highly motivates kids to practice at home. They want to be able to get those cards. And my school also is not super competitive. If you're playing a competitive game like karata, card slapping, and one kid is getting no cards, that one kid isn't learning and they're not having fun. So from the time they're small, my kids know the rules are, if you win, you don't brag. If you lose, you don't cry. And everyone gets a chance. So I'm not afraid to stop any game and say, whoa, let's give so-and-so a chance. And then everybody else is just like, okay, go so-and-so. And that kid, if they're younger, they don't feel embarrassed. They're like, yay, I'm happy, I got a chance. Maybe their pace is just a little slower. So the second week, they also have homework, but it's a little different this time. It's based on problem words or passages in the story. And I generally know what those problem areas are based on what happened in the class. So again, they'll be writing in their notebooks, but this time they are focusing on the tricky parts that I can predict or that I've seen they're going to have trouble with. Then when they do their reading and make their recording, I'm hoping they're going to be reading for accuracy. These are the tricky parts. I want them to get it right. And if they don't get it right, this is time for my feedback. I'm like, whoops, you forgot that. I'm never like, oh, you made a mistake, you need to fix it. I'm like, whoops, wasn't there an S on the end of that? And they will fix their mistakes and turn it in again. If they don't, they come to me the next week and I've remembered, oh, that S, you forgot that S. Let's put it there. And we fix it. So done the prep work and cooked the meal, what's left? Any meal is more fun with guests. So week number 3 is called Invite the Guests, but I don't mean it literally. That would be really scary for kids. Also, my school is really small. But inviting guests is where you really have fun and you enjoy the meal that's been cooked. So the reason that we do 3 weeks is because the 3rd week is really fun. They've had the intro, their curiosity's been stimulated, they've done the practice, they've worked on the tricky parts. The 3rd week is just enjoyment. I wrote perform, and perform, I would say in my school up until 4th grade, even up until 5th grade, most of my kids are really comfortable with performing. If they're not, they're the audience, and that's fun too. We bring out all the props. I am not a sleek, streamlined school that uses one kind of card. I'm the kind of school where you need a giant closet to hide all the strange things you have. Most of the strange things I've collected are related to the stories. I have a real walkie-talkie to use for Think, Read, and Write 2, where the captain of the ship communicates with a transceiver. I have fake telephones. I have giant shrimp. I bring out all the props. If I don't have a prop, I make them with the kids. So our final reading is always together. I let them use the props. The ones that want to act, go for it. The ones that are shyer, they know narrator. They're the narrator or they're the audience. This time we're working on fluency and also prosody, which I know Eric loves to talk about, and I do too. So this is the final reading when we want them to really read with relish. Use their voices to show that they understand what they just read and to show the teachers that they're really enjoying it. And their only homework that week will be the story recording. And that's when they're responsible for recording it at home. And they do submit it online to me for feedback. And it's really a joy to see the difference between the first and the third week. So hopefully the next few slides will show you how it works. Oh, I included week 4, which is dessert. I forgot I threw this in. So week 4 is if you want to spend 4 weeks on a story. I will generally do dictation and challenge the students to see how much of the story they can actually write. And depending on the story, you might be surprised. We don't write the whole story. We'll write like the fun parts of the story. When I do it, I don't want to, I had a conversation before about giving answers. I never want to give answers, but I love giving hints. So I will actively use the anchor chant cards as a hint for that word. I'll say teeth, and I'll just show the EE card, or T, and I'll really show them my tongue so they know it's the soft TH. Or we might change up the story as well. So dessert is not a necessity, but it's really nice to have it. So if you want to spend 4 weeks on a story, I would really recommend having them actually write the story. That way they've heard it, they've read it, they've drawn pictures, and now they're actually writing it. They really deeply know the words. Okay, this is an example of week 1, which we call regular karata. And it's simply, can they read the words and how quickly can they do it? But it's tricky. This is a class of 3rd graders, and they're working on this Reader Book 2. And Reader Book 2 does introduce the 3rd person S. So I always make 2 of every verb card, get and gets, row and rows. So that's a real challenge to kids. They can't just look at the first letter and slap. They have to look at the whole word. So it really helps students' reading become more automatic. They're super highly motivated to get the card. So they're really struggling to look at that whole word. Another thing about this kind of karata is I'm very careful with nouns to always add an article. It's never just sand, it's the sand. It's never just soap, it's the soap. It would be a boy. So every noun has a, and, the. We have singulars and we have plurals. We have possessives, your tools, your soap. So they're seeing nouns as they would naturally appear, which is really important. So this is what it looks like, hopefully.
Bigger, make the circle bigger.
Oh,
Whoa. This is a lot of cards. This is a lot of cards. Is it okay? We did it. We did it. Yes, we did it. This one. Sorry. The moon. Yes. Okay. Gets. Fast. Wow. These are one giant circle, one big circle, and one diamond. So, are you ready?
Yes.
Oh, good. Can you find the sand? Yes, what is it?
The sand.
Good. Can you find your tools? Rock, paper, scissors, go. Yay, what is it?
Your turn.
Good. Make the circle smaller. Can you find let's? Yes, what is it?
Red.
Good. Can you find the boat? The boat. That one is you. What is it? Good. You're close. You're close, Arishta. Can you find row?
So that was an example of what I would do the first week. It's just simply, can they read the words? The next video is from the story Row, Row, Row. Row, row, row. So from the very title of the story, students are really focused on the R sound. And this is a story that I might be tempted to spend 4 weeks on, because it's challenging and it's also super fun and motivating. So this is an example of the second week. They're reading it together. Oh, no, I chose the third week. So this is their final reading. And this is where I let them use all the props they want. I let them act if they want. And the story is there's a bunch of bad guys, and the bad guys are shrimp. If you read these stories, you'll never look at shrimp the same way. The bad guys are the shrimp, and they have little handkerchiefs like real Japanese bad guys. And they're in a very tiny boat, and their mission is to steal the eggs, and they've done it. The eggs are in the very tiny boat, and there's a giant ship that's really fast. Even though it's really fast, they can't manage to catch the tiny boat. They're so mad, they begin throwing things at the very tiny boat. So the first time we did this, I let them actually throw very tiny things, but it was very complicated. So in the end, the point is just to throw something. So we just made tons of little paper wad balls, and we did it in the reception room time. Again, to spark kids' curiosity. Why are we doing this? Why is the teacher letting us make these little paper balls? And we made tons of them. And we gave half the balls to this team and half the balls to that team. And we had, these kids are in the giant boat and they're super mad. These kids are in the very tiny boat and they have the eggs. They're the bad guys. So I let these kids throw all the paper wads at these kids while they're reading. And I have to say, it works for me because the type of students I tend to attract are really a lot like me. They're very well behaved. I may be funny, but deep down inside, I'm a very well behaved person. And these students are too. And because of that, I know I can trust them. I know they're not going to get too wild. So this is how we did the story.
Row, row, row. Row, row, row. The moon is high. The boat is slow. Row fast, row fast. The eggs. The skunk runs to the window. He sees the moon. He sees the shrimp. Quick, get your soap. Get your boots. Let's catch the shrimp. The shrimp roll and roll. The ship is fast. The boat is slow. Ready? Throw your soap. Throw your boots. Throw your spoons. Throw your tools. Splash! 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 じゃあ、りょうじたち言い返す Your soap and boots can hit my boat. Your spoons and tools can hit my boat. The shrimp rolled.
So if I were thinking, I were going to boil that story down into one idea, it's the na 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 boo boo, right? And now, well, it's true. What I want to show you next is this little boy here who is very motivated by that activity we did and went home and did his own story reading a week early. So it's not perfect, but he's definitely reading with relish.
The shrimp, low and low. The ship is fast. The boat is slow. Throw your soap, roll your boot, roll your spoons, roll your tools. Splash, 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 splash. Your 7 boot can hit my boot. Spoons and tools can hit my boot. The shrimp roll to the sand. The shrimp have the eggs. The skunk is mad.
Okay. I love that kid.
We all do.
Yes. I'll tell him. So this is from the Reader Book 1. And Reader Book 1 is basically the same schedule. This gives you an idea of the kind of homework that I give to kids. You can see from her homework submission, the words in the story are all there, but it doesn't follow the storyline. The story is, there's the crab. He can't do it, which is swimming. He can't swim and he's so mad. So he's running from the top to the bottom of a very deep pond, from the top to the bottom. So first, you want kids to know that top and bottom is not just a pond. Top and bottom can be any number of contexts. So I had them draw. I always say just draw a stick figure because everyone can draw a stick figure of a man running to the top or a woman and running to the bottom. So that's the first little picture, is a stick figure running to the top and running to the bottom. And it's meant to be read with the same rhythm that's used in Think, Read, Write 3. So I'm already imagining that kids using the first reader book will go on and use Think, Read, Write 3. I think if you hear her reading, you can tell it's the same rhythm as the unit chants. So this is her reading what she wrote.
Hello. The top, run to the top. The bottom, run to the bottom. Snip, snap, snap, snip. I'm so mad. Snip, snap, snap, snip. I'm so mad. See you.
She has, in Japanese, what they call good kirikai. She's like, see. So that's, and this girl is actually 2nd grade, but she's already coming very close to the 3rd grade reading level that we just saw before. So no presentation is complete without takeaways, right? And my 3 takeaways, and maybe I'm pushing this too far, would be steep, savor, and sift. The first point is steeping your learners in sounds and images. Think T. That's why I follow really closely the schedule of the phonics books and the reader books. I never separate them. If I want to spend more time on the phonics books, I will spend more time on the story. If I want to spend more time on the story, I will spend more time on the phonics books. I always sync them because that means kids are really, really surrounded, constantly surrounded by the target phonemes that they've been working on. And that they're getting those words and those phonemes and the sounds and images in many different contexts, because they're also doing the activity books. Jared, are you responsible for those?
Yeah.
They're amazing. I also want to promote the activity books because that's also a big part of steeping the learners in the sounds and images. So I would never just race ahead in phonics and take a slower pace in the stories. I time them to sync together. The second point is don't rush, to savor each story, just like you would not rush a really delicious meal. And a lot of teachers are really focused on doing one book in 1 year or have it setting a limit. And I do, but there's flexibility on either end. And it's more important to me that the story is retained and is pushed through to the long-term memory. The end goal is never speed, it's always retention, because the stories will always be there as a base for whatever your kids do next. The third is to sift through the story, big old colander, dump everything in. You can think of every word in the story, put in a big colander, everything comes out, and what's left are the grammar words. Pull them out, set them aside, and make sure they get used later. Probably that was the biggest mistake I made when I first started using the books. And again, in Japanese, you would say, tsukai konasete nai. I did not make the best use of those grammar words. And now I feel like that's the key to my older students' interest and success with grammar, is that I pull out those possessives. She jumps on her horse. The bag is on his tail. That's the skunk who we didn't talk about. So pull them out, set them aside, look for occasions to use them, and make sure you do use them. The stories can be your future reference point. And that's what I prepared for today. So thank you all for listening.
Check, check, check. Check it out.
We're going to get started then. Our next speaker is Jan Nielsen. You came all the way from
Awaji Island.
Awaji Island. So quite a trip to get here. What time
3 hours. I left at 6:25 this morning.
So a round of applause for that.
Thank you.
All right, title of his presentation is Recycle, Reuse, and Reinforce. I had the opportunity to see him present at the Kansai Osaka ETJ. Outstanding presentation, and I learned a lot, and he's here to share some thoughts with vocabulary learning for younger learners. So, Jan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, everybody. So, thank you in advance for listening to me talk for 45 minutes. And as the presentation says here, we're going to talk about the importance of recycling, reusing, and reinforcing vocabulary when teaching English vocabulary to our learners. So this is a little bit about me. I'm originally from Seattle. I came to Awaji Island roughly 17 years ago, and I've been teaching English since then. I started my school in 2010, got a master's degree in TESOL in 2017. So I kind of know my stuff. I did the work. And then I opened my first location in 2020, which was interesting, to say the least. Signed the lease on the school in March, and then the pandemic kicked off right after that. But the reason I'm here today is because I started using Eric's wonderful materials about 1 year ago. And I've learned some things about teaching just by using those materials myself. So today, yeah, we're gonna kind of roughly go over the topics I'm going to cover. So one is kind of the general factors that impact vocabulary learning for our students. We'll also look at kind of a little bit of a rehash of what Eric was speaking about earlier, which is the kind of sequence in which our children, or well, adult students too for that matter, might learn the English language. We'll also look at some differences between monolingual and bilingual children and how they learn their languages. And with that theoretical foundation, we can maybe have a look at some instructional intervention and how to execute based on that foundation. So I'm going to start with a really easy, well, is it an easy question? I don't know. What do you guys think? What does it mean to know a word?
Understand its meaning.
Okay, understand its meaning, sure. Yep.
Know how to pronounce it.
Know how to pronounce it, sure, yeah.
Know how to use it.
Know how to use it.
Know its grammatical structure.
Yep.
Know what its word friends are.
Sure.
Know the opposites.
Yep, know the opposites. Sure, sure, sure. Yes. So it's actually pretty complicated, right? There's a lot of factors involved in knowing the meaning of a word. And maybe not just knowing the meaning, but how to use it, right? Which is ultimately what we want our students to learn how to do. So, we have to teach them how to recognize the word, not only when they hear it, but also if they see it written on the page. They have to understand the meaning and how it fits into various contexts. Also probably important to know how it's spelled, which is really complicated in English because there's no one-to-one equivalency most of the time, especially for Japanese students. All the kana never makes a different noise. So it's really confusing for them to, why does PH say a F sound? These kind of things. So, and then of course, being able to, use and pronounce, use, and also associate the word, as Ruthie said earlier, knowing the opposites and collocations, as Eric pointed out too. So yeah, well, what factors impact children's vocabulary learning in another language?
What they're exposed to.
What do you mean by that?
Exposure, like from their parents, from their friends, from TV, from music, like everything around them.
Indeed.
It's really their dictionary.
Indeed, it is, right? Their main source of language. Yes, indeed.
Consistency of like rules in the language.
Yep.
Culture.
Yep.
Same word in English and Japanese.
Yeah, although there are lots of languages that have some similar words to English, right? We call those cognates, right? I think the Japanese language does have quite a few of those as well, right? Like orange juice or something, right? It's, kids are really excited when they can communicate with that word, and even though it's in Japanese, right? So yeah, there's a few factors that we need to consider. So one of the main ones is the number of languages that a child is exposed to. So we're dealing with Japanese learners mainly, I would assume. So it's a monolingual environment, right? But if they are exposed to our language, that immediately changes things, right? If they have a parent that speaks another language other than Japanese English, that makes it even more complicated, right? So we also have to think about age. So at what age do the children get exposed to different languages, right? The amount of exposure. This obviously is an issue that Eric pointed out earlier, which is that our children don't get exposed to enough English as they do to their first language. And we have to find ways to, work around that limitation. Also the nature of the input, right? Is it a YouTube video that's playing in the background, or is it from their mother's mouth? Where is the source of the language coming from? And if we're talking about the classroom, this is going to depend on the types of instruction that the child is receiving, whether it's explicit instruction. What's that? What's explicit instruction? Okay. Yeah, rules are explained clearly. Yep, yep. Oh, thank you, Eric. Yeah.
I have a second mic for the audience.
Yeah, I should have warned Eric I was going to make this a bit more interactive. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, so there's all kinds of different kinds of. Well, I will go into a bit more depth about explicit versus implicit shortly here, but socioeconomic conditions. You know, this is particularly important for some parents who come from lower class situations. They cannot afford to provide their children with the support at home that we would like them to sometimes. So that does impact things. And then there's also individual factors as well, like the child's motivation. Are they willing to pay attention to us? You know, is their memory capacity overburdened by what we ask them to do? So those things can also have an impact. So how do children actually learn new words? Jared, how did you learn the word train?
Well, I probably heard the word train used in context many times, and then one day spoke it.
Interesting. Yeah. So I would expect that would be the answer for most of us, right? If we're talking about how we learned our first language, right? And so a bit more broken down here. We're going to think about how children identify sounds first. These are the phonemes that Eric mentioned earlier. And children will recognize the sounds of the language. Then they'll start to recognize that there are actual sequences of phonemes that are put together to create units, right? Words, phrases, these kind of chunks of language. You often hear young children, they will repeat not just single words, but they'll repeat an entire chunk of language that they hear from their parents. But as time goes on, they start to associate those speech units with meaning in context, like Jared mentioned earlier. And they will continuously refine the mental representation through subsequent exposures. This is the recycling and reusing and reinforcing part, which is really, really important for kind of counterbalancing the limited exposure that we can provide them, right? So what about monolingual children versus bilingual children? Anybody? Is there any differences in how they might learn?
I mean, as a guest, when I started learning a second language, I was taught originally in my native language and explained some of the rules first.
Yes.
Well, going off my daughter, my 6-year-old daughter, she's mixing the languages. What did she ask? She's like, "Can you tote that thing off of the shelf?" Right. So to her, it's one language. She's getting it now, being 6 years old, but to her, it was just one language.
Right. Yeah.
Tote is a verb.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Maybe they're more open to learning new words in different languages.
Right. So there is something to be said about that. Yes. I think this is maybe the superpower of bilingual children is that they are actively able to differentiate between different words, different languages, and they can't. Depending on the age, they can't say it's a different language, but they associate one language with a specific context. Right? Yeah. Go ahead now.
Like my daughters, when they talk with me, they'll use English, but when they talk with their grandparents, they'll just switch to Japanese naturally. They don't even realize what's going on.
Yes,
it's just natural to them.
Exactly. So what Nam said there is actually really, really important because we can reproduce those conditions in the classroom too, right? If the children know in one context Japanese is okay, but in another context we expect English to be used, they will follow our instructions, hopefully. Although there are some really chatty kids that we just can't, we can't get them to do what we want. But you'll find today, hopefully, that issue is not as big of a problem as you might have originally thought. So, but yeah, so there are some similarities between the monolingual and bilingual children's vocabulary learning. Okay, and so being able to identify phonotactic regularities. These are like, phonemes that are permitted versus not. If I just say blah, 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 like that, right? Like the kids will know I'm not saying anything, right? Because they can identify that it's nonsense, right? So, being able to recognize whether something is a word or not. And then obviously there's some similar, onset with receptive productive vocabulary. And also there is some correlations between the breadth and depth of vocabulary knowledge. Although sometimes one language that have a wider knowledge, one language that have a deeper knowledge, but they kind of balance out across both languages if we're talking about bilingual. So, but differences, which are what you're probably interested in most, right? And that is, like we said earlier, right? They have limited exposure to both languages in some instances. Like my own children, I try to use only English in the home, but I'm not home so much. So their dominant language ended up turning out to be kind of Japanese. So, but interestingly, when I speak English to them, they can understand what I say most of the time. And because I speak Japanese, I know through their Japanese responses that they do understand my English. So I'm hoping at some point they'll kind of turn a corner and use more English. But there is this problem of noisy exposure, right? So they have a lot of languages around them all at once, and it's obviously a lot more challenging to kind of simultaneously represent both of those languages at the same time. And they have to separate and differentiate those languages as well. So, some kids will do it by context, some will do it by person. It really kind of ends up depending on the child themselves, but those are differences that we have to take into consideration. So here's a tough question. Can we replicate that implicit learning that Jared mentioned earlier with our students, I wonder? They're just coming once a week.
I feel like you're going to say
probably not.
I feel like you're going to say yes otherwise.
I wish I could say yes. But unfortunately, you'll find that if you read some research on this particular issue, implicit learning requires a lot more exposure than we can offer. If you can imagine how many hours a child is exposed to their first language through interaction with parents, by the time they're 5 years old, it's literally thousands of hours. And we really can't replicate that in our own classrooms at just, 50 minutes to an hour a week, right? Unless like the parents are like super parents that can like really help us out at home, right? But even then, it really becomes quite hard to match. So what can we do? What can we do about that?
Just give up.
Just give up. Just give up. Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. Sometimes we kind of banging your head against the wall, but there are some things that we can do, right? So we have some modes of instruction that we can engage in. So again, the explicit versus implicit distinction. I have a little curtain here. So yeah, explicit. It's very clear, right? We're going to focus the attention directly on information that we want our students to learn. Drawing their attention to, in this case, vocabulary words, doing exercises that encourage the kids to use the vocabulary in some meaningful way. And then also, for sometimes older children, we may find that, actually taking a step back and looking at metacognitive strategies like giving them, tips on how to study vocabulary at home using flashcards or doing things independently can also help consolidate. Because, obviously we can only do a limited amount of repetition in the classroom. If the kids are doing more of that repetition outside the classroom, it's only going to benefit their overall retention of the new vocabulary, right? So we'll look at implicit learning then. It's more about communication, right? We're giving the children opportunities to use the language meaningfully, and through that meaningful use, they will encounter vocabulary words and hopefully acquire them unconsciously without even realizing this. And this is, if we were to make a reference to the TRW readers, for example, sight words. You know, like how do you teach a child what the means? How do you teach a child what have means, right? It's something that I think is really difficult to do, but if we go through the repetition of them using it and they see how it pairs up with different other vocabulary words that they do know, they will get it. They won't know why they get it, but they'll get it. So, but the importance is giving this context, because the context is really what gives words their meaning anyway, right? One example I like to use is the word purchase. Well, anybody know what the word purchase means?
To buy something?
Uh-huh. Okay. Is that the only meaning?
It's also something you've bought.
Uh-huh.
A purchase.
It could be, yeah. Yep. You could use it as a noun.
Can also be like your ability to hold on to something.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Now this is the meaning that a lot of learners are not familiar with. So I'll write an example on the board, like, for example, I'll say, oh, the students had trouble gaining a purchase on the professor's concept during the lecture. And my students are like, oh, what the heck? I thought purchase meant buy. What's going on here? And so I use that example as a way to illustrate the importance of context. Context is going to be the thing that differentiates the meaning. So anyway, moving on then. So if we're going to be using this knowledge to design instructional interventions, there are some things we have to think about. So there, unfortunately, is not very much research available on this particular subject, teaching a second language vocabulary to children. There's a lot on teaching it in a monolingual context, right? There's actually a lot of this I found, but you know, we can find some consistency. So there are a lot of similarities with L1 learners. You know, the basic vocabulary learning mechanisms are more or less the same. You just have to take into consideration those contextual differences that we saw earlier. So, and then maybe there are, because of those contextual limitations, there are some unique needs that we need to address or take into consideration as well. So, yes. So, effective interventions. I borrowed very heavily from some papers I read on this, but you know, we want to ensure, of course, frequent exposure. Right. This is true for even adults trying to learn another language, right? We also need to provide explicit definitions, right? We have to make sure that the words are encountered in context-rich environments where the children can, you know, recognize the meaning without a whole lot of additional explanation, right? It's hard to do that for children that don't speak the language very well, but there are alternative modes of communication that we can use to our advantage. So discussion opportunities, right? And this is why I said maybe children's L1 use in the classroom is not always necessarily a bad thing. I've heard my students chattering in Japanese, but they are chattering about English. They're chattering about like what's that mean, or they're trying to use their communication skills to figure things out, and that's beneficial, even though it's not English. It is beneficial, and what we're going to see today too, which hopefully we have enough time to get to that, is the importance of multimodal strategies, right? So I'm not going to get too much into the technology side of things here, but I am going to get into using pictures, using gestures, using other things other than just the language itself, right? So yes. So we're going to try and get to the frequency of exposure to here, right? So basically, we want to repeat the word as often as we can, but not so close together over time, right? There is research that shows that the repetitions should be spaced out, right? There's a correlation between the durability of the vocabulary word in the mind and how much effort is required to recall the word. So ideally, we want to be able to give that child another exposure to the word right before they're about to forget it, which is really hard. But you know, there are some kind of rough timings that you can kind of leverage if you're designing a lesson where you can kind of get to that point. You'll see the kids like really trying to remember, and when they do, they feel awesome when they do that. But yeah, you know, I think giving them the opportunity to encounter the words meaningfully is probably the most important thing. So now, interestingly, this is one of the differences they've found between monolingual L1 learning and the second language, foreign language learning, is that some children, they can remember the semantic field of a word. So it's like when they've almost forgotten the word, maybe they can't remember the exact word, but they can remember, oh, it was for talking about this thing, right? And so we can kind of just give them a few little hints just to kind of get them over the hump there, borrowing Eric's term there. We can promote that deeper learning there, right? Also, in conversations with my kids, I do try to draw their attention to differences between English and their language, right? Like, for example, the Japanese expression for being angry is very different from the English, right? Anybody know the difference? In Japanese, we say okoru, right? What's okoru? Is that a... Yeah, oh, so it's a verb, right? So the Japanese word is a verb, but in English, angry is not a verb, right? So getting the kids to recognize that they need to add one extra thing to make it work is, I think, also valuable for, you know, sort of that conceptual restructuring I mentioned earlier. Okay, so there's a few more things. So, you know, we think about the instructional strategies too, right? We can try to, you know, maybe earlier on focus on input, right? I think, you know, kids get lots of input, they get lots more stuff to get exposure to, and you know, we don't necessarily have to require that they speak, you know, especially if the child is a beginner. You know, I think putting them on the spot too early can kind of set them up to fail, and then they will lose motivation and confidence, and it's just a disaster. It's hard to recover from that. So we want to give them ample opportunities. Yeah.
Sorry, can you just expand upon what input-based tasks means?
Okay. Input tasks, reading, listening. These are the receptive tasks, right? It is input, right? So like Eric mentioned in his talk, you know, not even really putting the kids on the spot to read at the early stage, right? Just getting them comfortable with the phonemes, being able to recognize the sounds and patterns. Those things are really important to build that foundation. So yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah. So task-based instruction also is really good. So, you know, actually giving them something to do with the language rather than just making the language the focus is really, really important as well. And research has found that, you know, there isn't that big of a difference between the productive and receptive in this case. So any kind of task will be beneficial because of course the language is going to be used in a meaningful context. So that's what we want. So yeah, to answer your question too, these are some examples too of input-based tasks. So like read aloud, for example, like Ruthie was showing earlier, right? She will read the story to her children and not expect them to follow along with her, right? You know, just having the teacher read is I think a really good source of the example of what we want the kids to do. Interestingly, reading in general, just reading, even in the first language, is beneficial. So, you know, in the example that this particular researcher found, you know, reading at home in the L1, right, and then reading that same book, same story in the L2 facilitates second language learning a lot better than just using the English only, right? And of course, you know, Ruthie was showing how she was taking video, or maybe parents were taking video of their children reading. Caregiver involvement is super important too. So we want to encourage our parents to be superstar parents and help their kids at home too. So now next, we want to make sure we can give the, you know, word definitions and contextual meanings. So, you know, we have to make sure that we're giving a bit of both, you know, explicit instruction followed by implicit or vice versa, just so that they're getting, you know, the support through examples and explanations when they need it, but also being able to encounter the vocabulary words in that context. So they may not be able to, I mean, children, they may not be able to understand, you know, parts of speech or morphological elements at this point, right? But, you know, if we can give them examples, whether they're visual examples, gestures, whatever, that can be beneficial too, right? And of course, using storytelling, right? That's a good way to introduce these opportunities as well. So when we're getting the kids to actually kind of figure out what the words mean, you know, we want to make sure that we can give them opportunities to take a more analytical approach. So, you know, we can use the target words in a context, you know, examine the appropriateness, you know, like saying brown jump, for example. The kids be like, brown jump? What's that? You know, it doesn't make any sense, right? So then we can say, oh, brown is not appropriate with the word jump. They'll figure that out. But if we say big jump, then the kids can actually do that. And it's like, oh, so those two words fit together, right? So, you know, the great thing about TRW is that we can focus on the phonological orthographic stuff with the kids without making it too, you know, lessony. I think we just made a new word there.
You worded.
Yeah. Getting the kids to notice the things without actually explicitly saying, oh, this is phony, you know, this kind of thing, I think is really important. So, and of course, being able to, you know, combine these two things together does help create that growth that we're looking for. So, so, you know, using the L1, I know there's kind of there's some mixed feelings about this, but I'm generally pretty tolerant of my children's use of the L1. I try to avoid using their first language as much as possible, and except for discipline reasons usually. But it is important to use the L1 in a principled way if you must, right? So not for any reason that would maybe distract the children from the focus. But, you know, if maybe for children as they get older, you know, we can start, like I said earlier, using more metacognitive instruction, getting them to kind of think about how to, you know, manage their own learning at home too. So this is why the parents are really important, because parents can help reinforce a lot of the things that we're trying to encourage our kids to do outside of the classroom. So, so yeah, opportunities for discussion and interaction. That's, well, how do you discuss those words, right? I mean, the children can't speak English very well yet, right? How do you have a discussion with them? Well, this is where the L1 may come in handy, at least for the children themselves, right? But you know, having conversations, you know, you'll notice that if the children are looking through a story, sometimes they will chat with each other about the story. And so, you know, not only does that boost their learning, but it also brings the children closer together to create this kind of collaborative learning space, which, you know, I think is really useful to leverage as a teacher, right? Also, when we ask questions too, we want to make sure that we're giving a good mix of both high and low cognitive demand questions. So what's a low demand question? Yeah, Ruthie?
Something you would already have maybe partial knowledge of.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
So
yeah.
Very low burden on there.
Right. So then what would be a high demand one? Yeah.
Asking them to explain something?
Yep, asking them to explain something, sure, or maybe getting them to think about how a particular word would be used in various different contexts, for example, right? So, I think that what they've found in the research is that the best way is to go from low to high. So start them off with something easy so they can build their confidence, right? And then gradually work your way towards the more challenging ones. That's going to maybe facilitate the deepest learning outcomes. Now, the low demand questions, not to discount them, they are important. So they can help children get familiar with the words that we're teaching. And then high demand will maybe help broaden their understanding or improve the depth of their understanding of those words. So the example of purchase I made earlier, right? So also, yeah, these interactional opportunities are really important too. So allowing the kids to communicate with each other about the words, maybe giving feedback to the teacher too. That's important as well. And so, I would say, giving the exposure through context does help to contribute to this kind of incidental learning. There is an important distinction to be made too here as well, the difference between implicit learning and incidental learning. Does anybody know the difference? Like we could say implicit learning is just this kind of learning, it's kind of subconscious, right? Yeah.
I think of incidental learning in terms of reading. They're reading something for pleasure and they incidentally pick up something that they didn't.
Yeah. The point is reading, right? So there is an actual task which the child is focused on, but let's say learning a new vocabulary word from that task is not the main focus, right? But they're still going to be able to pick it up in the process, right? That's the distinction. So, and yeah, giving children the opportunity to negotiate meaning as well is really important. What's the difference between jump and hop, for example, right? Or quick and fast, these things. So now into the good part. This is my favorite part. So we want to, yeah, can you see I'm like you're getting excited now? So obviously for older learners, maybe they don't need this. They've already got a well-established first language system. They're used to actively comparing their first language with the new language. So maybe just giving them translations is enough. But children, they don't play that way. They don't do that. Except for some of the kids I heard earlier, so we don't draw. Yeah. Maybe those kids are special. Maybe they're older. I don't know. But yeah, using music, using songs, pictures, activities, gestures, all of these things create a richer context for the children to encounter the vocabulary words. So we as teachers can kind of create that. So one thing that some researchers have uncovered is that bilingual children excel at this. They actually maybe even prefer to encounter new vocabulary through these rich contexts, whereas a monolingual child would be sufficient for this just implicit, exposure heavy mode, right? And this is important for us because this is the shortcut. This is how we counterbalance the lack of exposure by giving them richer context that they can use to figure things out, right? Using songs and music does aid in memory, lexical memory, but there's still a lot more research that needs to be done on this because they've found in some instances there were mixed results, and there's still a lot we don't understand. It's very complicated because music is an entirely different mode compared to just spoken interaction. So, but yeah, my favorite is coming here. Please tell me you guys know what TPR is. Yeah, if I was going to say, if anybody, what is that? I said, get out of here, right? Party response. So yeah, children, they need to be active. You know, in fact, I feel guilty every time I make my kids sit down at a desk and make them like do like studying type stuff. So, you know, through my experience using the TRW materials, I found this out myself firsthand. And of course, you know, the impact of body movements, you know, it's well documented, right? Physical exercise boosts cognitive functioning and academic performance, right? I know this myself because every time I go to the gym, I feel smarter. I feel smart. Yeah, so, you know, these will just, you know, give children that one more kind of connection to the language that they wouldn't have otherwise, right? So, and if you can combine all of these things together, right, using gestures, pictures, all these things, it will make the vocabulary much more salient for even the less proficient children, which we need to make sure they don't fall behind, right? So, yeah.
Can I just add to that?
Sure.
I'm definitely not getting bored yet.
Yeah, okay.
One thing I wanted to say about combining gestures and pictures is I've had a lot of experience with dyslexic students, and I found that the more gestures I use, the more I ask them to draw pictures. By the time they hit 5th or 6th grade, they're still struggling to decode, but they're doing it. And they know the words because I've given them so many other different ways to know them.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So making the child's knowledge of the word very, very dependent on the spelling and all those things.
It's really
is really limited. Yes, indeed. So, you know, the more rich context we can provide the kids, right? It's going to hopefully counterbalance some of those learning difficulties too, I think. Yeah. So yeah, good point. Thanks for sharing, Ruthie. So yeah. Getting bored, yeah, no, yeah. Let's stand up.
Hey, yeah.
Let's stand up. All right, who knows the gestures from the anchor chant?
Oh,
yeah.
I know.
Okay. Yay! All right. So maybe we can have Monica come up here, right? You can be my assistant, okay? We're gonna do the gestures for the anchor chant, okay? All right. So here we go. Okay, ready? Here we go. Oh, Eric too? Yeah.
Apple. Apple. B boy. Seek car. D down. Elephant. F 5. G girl. H hug. I in. J jump. Jump. K kiss. L loud. M moon. N no. O on. P panda. Q quiet. R run. S sun. T 10. U up. V van. W watermelon. X 6. Y yes. Z 0.
Yay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good job, everybody. All right. Now, there's a reason I asked you to do that, and I'm going to show you right now. So let's try an experiment. What?
Sun.
Hooks. Squid. 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 Oh, squid. Oh, squid. Eh? Sure. Ah, wonderful. What's that? Squid jacket.
Squid jacket.
Squid jacket. Please draw a squid jacket. Please draw a squid jacket, Lawrence. Let's try.
No, it's not. This is me.
He's the kid who doesn't like to draw.
Yes. No, and I understand we're at a time limit right now.
Into Japanese.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I get it.
It's a squid you wear for a jacket.
Interesting. Okay. There we go. There we go. Thank you, sir. All right.
Oh. Oh. Nice.
Very nice. Very nice. So, okay. This is perfect. Okay. This is exactly what I wanted to show you guys, because even for this seemingly innocuous series of images, we were able to create something like this, right? And not just one thing, two, right? Which one is it? Which is correct? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? The importance of the kids when they are doing this, like, oh, that's also okay, or oh, okay, and they can kind of see the difference. And so this is what my kids did.
That's what I was thinking.
So yeah, one if you can't see this very easily, one kid made a jacket that has squids on it, kind of like this one here, and then the other one drew a squid wearing a jacket. So yes, that's right. So but I'm going to take it a step further. Okay, I found a breakthrough with the gestures, and I'm very excited to show you guys this. Okay, so I'm not really going to set it up. I want the video to speak for itself. So here we go. So these kids, they're up from Nencho up to second grade. This little girl here is a second grader. Okay, hold on. Here you go. Uh-huh. Very nice, Dean. Okay. Okay, you got it? All right. So Haruto, watch Dean, okay? Watch Dean. So from the beginning, Dean. Okay. Yeah, 最初から from the start, okay? Goku. You can watch the boy sounding out the gestures. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now look how excited they are. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. And then? Yeah. Yeah, and then? He was struggling to remember moon. He goes, yeah, okay. There you go. Okay. Oh, thank you.
You're up.
Very nice.
Yeah, we got a point. Yeah.
Okay, so what is
they
it?
do their
It's-
own point tally
it's
too.
It's a. That's right. It's a. It's a. That's right. It's a girl jam. Yay! Yay! Good job, you guys. Good job.
All right. So that's group one. Okay. Group two. These kids are a bit older. Okay. I gave a bit more of a challenge. Okay.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Ah. Oh, you got it. There you go.
By the way.
Okay. All right. I think you're ready, Sayo.
I was just showing them. I was showing them.
You ready? You ready, Haru? Almost. Oh, Haru, be careful. Haru, please check, okay? One more time. Check, check, check. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. You guys ready? So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
They get really into it. And it's either, oh. He's like, huh? Yeah, same word, yeah. Right there's okay, I got it. I was back to the board. Yeah.
It's like sign language.
So this is the tricky part because the words were chosen randomly. So they're like, what's that? And so they really need to use their imagination to figure out how to draw the image.
Go.
But their attempt shows they understand.
Ah.
Go.
The goal was jet quack, is that
That's right? Right, yeah. Jet quack.
Uh-huh.
Go.
But you can
I
hear the
see.
boys,
Oh,
they're
nice.
like Nani Kore, like they're like talking about it while they're doing it. And you're like, those are no, you're sorry. I couldn't contain myself yet.
There you go. Nice. There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
What does it say? What's this, Yuto? Is it Itza? Itza? Is it Itza?
It's a jet quack.
That's right. It's a jet quack, huh? What you got there, you? You, what's that, you? You, what's this? What is it? It's a.
Jet quack.
It's a. It's a jet quack. I see. Very nice. Good job, you guys. Woohoo!
Yeah. All right. All right. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Sorry,
For
I went
anybody
over
at
a bit.
home, if you have any questions for Jan, we can take a few minutes
Yeah.
to take some questions. You got one here? Here, I'm gonna pass it up to you.
Just like I know with a lot of my students, they're very much perfectionists. And if there is no right answer, they start to like freak out.
Mhm.
Have you ever had, like with that activity specifically, there isn't a right picture to draw?
Yeah, I mean, I think by this point, I just created an environment where nothing, it just, the kids can just use their own imagination, really. I did a lot of it earlier through teamwork, where I didn't have teams like this where they were competing to draw the images like this. They were working together and talking like, how should we do this kind of thing? So at that point through that practice, I think they realized that there is no right answer. There's a lot of different ways. I would show them too. I would like purposefully draw something that was completely different from what they did, right? They're like, what? Oh, I see. You know, and then they can see that, you know, there's no correct answer, right? Yeah.
So I think that's a whole presentation in itself on how you create the environment. Yeah. But if you do have in that situation where, because we like Tanya said too, the kid just will not draw, and I have about second grade, third grade girls who they want to have the same drawing, right? So how would you then encourage? What's your approach to that situation?
Well, again, like I don't feel it's a good idea to pressure kids to do something they don't want to do, and so I will kind of divide the kids into teams, and then whoever wants to do it, they can nominate, and then, you know, eventually when the kids see how much fun the other kids are having, they're like, I want to do that, you know, and then, you know, they're no longer afraid of like, is my drawing bad or something like that, right? So I let the kids who want to do it. And then when the kids who don't want to do it can see how much fun the kids who do want to do it are having, you know, they're like, okay, I'll try, you know, and then once they do take that plunge, right, I shower them with endless praise. It's like, oh yeah, and the kids like that, you know, finally, right? And then, you know, it's only positive reinforcement after that. So yeah,
great.
Well, you're like giggling in your video shows that very clearly. That's fine.
Well, I think the kids they take that as feedback as well. Like if I'm having fun, they're like, oh, I'm doing something good, or you know. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you,
Jan. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry I went over a little bit.
Oh, great. Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. All right. Next is Jared. Now, Jared and I have known each other for a long time. A number of years ago, Jared shared some activity, like pages, worksheets that he had been making. And I was like, Jared, you know, those are pretty darn good, dude. And so you want to do like a download pack or something? You know, so for a while on the website, we had the download pack. And then not here right now, but David Chandler and his team, especially TJ, they were like, yeah, we love these. We're going to make two. I'm like, well, okay, we'll make them fine. So TJ goes off and he makes all the worksheets for book 2. And then I'm looking at all these worksheets. Said, this should be a book. So we put them together. We bound them together. We put some, you know, get a place to write your name and some stamp system and kind of a game board in the front, and made TRW activity books 1 and 2. Now, why they're so successful and kids, I think, do very well with them is because Jared put a lot of work into the worksheets, and he's going to share some of his thoughts and what he was thinking when he made the worksheets, which were the kind of the springboard for both of the books. So, Jared.
Thank you very much. I mean, if you're just going to steal all of my thunder.
Sorry.
It's about half my presentation. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me today. Thank you for the invitation. It's actually been a number of years since I presented, so this is fun. And yeah, I just want to talk about worksheets. So first, who here has made a worksheet in their teaching career? And who regularly makes worksheets? How much time do you think you spend making worksheets on average?
Too much.
Right. You try to do it quickly and it doesn't come out the way you want it, or you spend too much time doing it and you couldn't do something else. So that's always one of the things that I do regularly is working worksheets. So I just want to talk a little bit about what my thought processes are when I make a worksheet and what I consider to be a good worksheet. And yeah, so let's just kind of get started in that. So what makes a good worksheet? Anybody have any ideas? What do you think about when you make a worksheet?
Simple.
Recycling, yes. Okay, good.
Simple.
Simple, yeah. Simple. Simple in what way?
Simple, easy to understand.
Easy to understand. Yeah, very good. Yeah, okay. So I've got a list here. That's one of them. That's a good one too. Let's see here. So meaningful practice, right? The worksheet you should do something with it. that's actually practicing what you're learning in class. Should be the easy one. It's practice is the easy part. Is it meaningful? Does what you're doing have a purpose? It should be a variety of activities. Not every single worksheet will have a variety, but as you'll see from some of my examples, I like to put more than one type of thing per worksheet. It should encourage proper handwriting development. It's one of the things I really like about the Think, Read, Write series is that there's a lot of built-in handwriting practice, and not all teachers teach handwriting the same way, but you want to have consistency. So having a set of books or a set of worksheets that is consistent. So the worksheets that I'll talk about later also follow the same as Think, Read, Write. So they fit really nicely in there. It should be simple. It should be understandable without explanation. The kids should be able to look at the worksheet and know exactly what they're supposed to do with it. Because if they need explanation every time, they can't do it at home, or the teacher has to go individually and help each one, or you have to sit and explain it beforehand. It just depends on where and when you're using it, but it should be easy to understand, and they're not always the case. And I think they should look interesting. I mean, it should look fun, right? I mean, that's especially if you're teaching Think, Read, Write. The book looks fun. The worksheet is boring, then they're not going to have fun with that part. So it should look interesting as well. And that all together makes it fun. So you do all those things together, and then the worksheet itself is kind of like, yeah, it can be work, but it should be an enjoyable experience as much as possible. So I'm going to show you some worksheets that let's just look at some other examples of some worksheets and kind of talk about some of the good points and bad points, looking at these points. So if we look at this worksheet, this is one I just pulled off the internet. And let's just see how it stacks up. First of all, show of hands, who thinks this is a really good worksheet? Well, let's talk about some of these points. So is it meaningful practice? It's arguable, but I would say no, because these are numbered. These have the word and the picture right next to each other. So you don't have to know what the word means. And then you can just say 4. Okay, 4, I'm just going to copy those letters down. I don't have to recall how to write it. I don't have to do anything. So I don't think there's any meaningful practice at all in this one. Is there a variety of activities? Well, no, it's just one thing. You just write the letters into the boxes. Does it have any handwriting practice? No, it's just, they could write it big or small or any which way. Is it understandable without explanation? I mean, I guess so, but if you've done one before. So I would say no, just off the bat, just because you would have to have experience with this type of worksheet to know what to do. And does it look interesting? Not to me. No. And so because it doesn't have any of those things, it's not fun. So this is an example of a worksheet that I wouldn't give one of my students. And so I've got a couple more examples. How about this one? I really like this is from a website, and actually I took a lot of inspiration from some of their worksheets. So this got some different points, but let's look. Is it meaningful practice? I would say this one's a yes, because you're combining the meaning and the word. Is it a variety? No, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's just not a variety in this particular worksheet. There's no handwriting practice in this one, and that's okay because it's not part of the worksheet, but it's just not there. Is it understandable? Yes, pretty much. If you've done this type before, but even if you haven't, you can probably guess. You're supposed to draw a line from the left to the right side. It doesn't really look interesting. And for me, that's just because it's black and white. So is it fun? I don't know, maybe. I mean, kids, matching activities are pretty good. I mean, I think we all use matching activities. So there's nothing wrong with that by itself. But, there's some room for improvement here, is my point. Here's another couple of examples. I mean, here we have some handwriting practice, but there's no point at which they write it on their own, right? So that would be an improvement immediately off the bat here. Here's another one. They can write the letters any way you want. And so there's some improvements that could be made here. They're not bad worksheets. There's nothing wrong with them. There's just places that you can improve them. So these are kind of my thoughts when I'm making my own worksheets, is I want there to be, I want to maximize that space in that A4 piece of paper that we have. Here's some ones I like these as well. I mean, they're all quite good. They definitely look a lot more interesting immediately off the bat. They're color, right? So when we get color worksheets, suddenly it jumps off the page and you can do a lot more with them. I really like this type of worksheet. This one, my main issue here is there's no example of what to do. So, you know, a kid might go, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Is it clear what you're supposed to do? It says step 1, step 2, step 3, but it has to have that header up at the top. Parent, help your child too. So immediately the worksheet itself says, get somebody's help to do this worksheet. And that happens over here too. Like this one, there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, it's great. There's a variety. Like here, I think there are 2 answers. Here, I think there are 3. You know, that's quite good. It makes them think. Like you don't know how many answers there are. But, you know, if the first one was done, it would be a little bit more helpful. This one as well, like it says circle the pictures. But if a kid looks at that, do they know they're supposed to circle it? Are they drawing lines? You know, how do we know what to do just by looking at it? So there's just a few small improvements that I would make on these. And then, as I've said a couple of times, you know, when we get to the question of black and white versus color, for me, it's color all the way. And, you know, it costs a lot of ink and it costs a lot of printing time, and the inkjet printers die very quickly, actually, if you print as many pages as we do at my school. But for me, it's worth it because having color just makes it more fun, makes it more interesting, things like that. So let's look at some of the things that I've been was doing. I still make lots and lots of worksheets, but I started this project while I was using Think, Read, Write 1, and they started out like this. So right off the bat, you know, we have handwriting practice at the top. It's clear what you're supposed to do. There's a couple of examples before and it fades out. We have the little red dots in here that allow us to know where we're supposed to start. I mean, that's taken straight out of Think, Read, Write. It's something that they're used to put into a context of an extra practice on a worksheet. Here too, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the one that's blank is the one they're supposed to write into. And then down here, you know, matching with a starter to the correct answer, but not all the way, you know, let them finish out that line, things like that. This is just from, you know, Unit 1 of Think, Read, Write. You know, here's another one. This is not so much, you know, there's not a handwriting practice in this one, but there is, even though it looks like, you know, one type of activity, there's actually 3. There's a maze, there's matching, and then there's letter writing. So there's actually a variety of activities, even though it looks like it's the same thing. And it gives them, you know, a little bit of gamification alongside the actual practice. Here's another one where we have writing the letters a couple of times while doing some matches, while doing some phonetic awareness stuff, like beginning sounds, ending sounds. It's not all the same all the way through. It's just a variety of different ways of practicing. And this is from, you know, Unit 2. And then here's my version of a crossword. You know, unlike the first one, you actually have to know what the word is. And you do that through the pictures here and then writing it into here. And for me, it's just much better way to go about doing a crossword than that first one I showed you earlier. This is me talking about the worksheet that I just talked about. So yeah, I mean, there's 3 points to it, right? So you got the handwriting practice and the boxes, and then matching at the end, which is just for fun. And then, so, you know, with a bit of creativity, I came up with just a few worksheets. and this is just Unit 1 and Unit 2. So, you know, there's pretty much an equal number of worksheets that go with 3 through 6 as well. And how long did it take you to make those? I didn't bill myself, but if I had, I would be a lot richer than I am now. No, I mean, it was just through using the books and over the course of a couple of years and tweaking and editing and creating new worksheets. I always send worksheets home as homework, and I also have them do a quick worksheet when they're at the school. It's how we kind of warm up. They walk into the school, they turn in their homework, they sit down and they do a worksheet that should take just a couple of seconds. Well, you know, maybe a minute or so. For example, some of these are ones that they would do in class because, you know, it takes a minute or two. And some of them are ones that, you know, they'll do at home because it'll probably take them, you know, 5 to 10 minutes to do. So there's a variety in the amount of time it takes each worksheet to do. And that was at the time based on where I was having them do it. But yeah, so just summarizing, I wanted additional practice for my students, which is why I started making these particular worksheets. I thought that design mattered, and I still do as I continue to make worksheets for the other parts of our curriculum. And that the purpose of the worksheet matters, that they shouldn't be wasting their time doing something. I looked at a lot of some of those worksheets I showed you before were my inspiration. There's a bunch of other worksheets out there that I use as inspiration. I don't know, there may be no original ideas in all of them, to be honest. I'm not sure, because I just use so much inspiration from people before me. And then after all that wonderful feedback and multiple requests, it was made into a workbook. I mean, it was originally made into a PDF, a downloadable PDF, and that was a good first start. And then we had and David's team, I guess TJ put together the book 2 version. And, that was really popular and people really liked it. And I was really happy to get all the feedback from that. And then, yeah, a couple of years ago, Eric's like, this should really be a book. Let's do it. And so if you don't want to make 127 pages worth of worksheets, they're all bound nicely together in a little book.
It's not so little.
And yeah, I mean, it's just all of those worksheets all put together in a nice orderly fashion, and it's beautiful. Yeah, it's a work of art. I mean, but just to talk a little bit about each individual one and what kind of stuff are in them. So Eric already, like I said, stole my thunder a little bit, but I'll repeat it here now. So in activity book 1. It's that collection of worksheets that I had originally made. They became the downloadable PDFs. Yeah, a little bit backwards on that. And in 2021 is when it was finally put together into an activity book. So it has an index of every worksheet that's in there, what the worksheet is and what the purpose, like what the main goal of that worksheet is. And then the page number all the way through Unit 6. The checklist that Eric mentioned. So this is as they go through and do each worksheet, you can check them off. And one of the, with a book with this many worksheets in there, you're probably not going to assign them pages 1 through 5 or something as homework. The design and thought process of this book is more let kids progress at their own pace, and let them do as many or as little as they want to. But, they don't necessarily even have to do them in order. They can do them in the ones that they like, the ones that they find interesting. And then the checklist lets them check those off so they know which ones they haven't done and therefore can go look at them. So you don't really want to just say, hey, you have to do 127 worksheets this year. Congratulations. But, let them take control of what they want to do and what they like. And then they'll probably do more anyway, because some kids will go home and come back with like 5 or 6 pages done just because they had a ball. And then, be that much more ready for the class when they get there. And just a couple like close-ups of the pages. It's just the worksheets put into a much more beautiful form. And even name writing practice on every page. Something that a workbook doesn't really have. Something that I really like on my worksheets is having them write. Hello. On my worksheets, I always have a place to write their name. And that's, on purpose. I want them to write their name, especially during year 1, these 6-year-olds, when they're writing their name over and over and over. And so we did that with the workbook, is keep a place for them to write their name, even though it looks a bit silly to have it on every single page, but, there is reason behind it. Just a couple more of those ones that we showed before. The 3 types of activities, but it's not the exact same. Like down here changes pretty much each one. Sometimes it's matching, sometimes it's circling a letter, just a few changes here and there to keep it fresh. And then, the one we saw before, and then, the dreaded A versus U, at versus up, and something that struggles, just some more directed practice on a few things. And one more look at a few more types of activities. Activity book 2, same kind of thing.
There's an index for all the pages. There's the same checklist and same types of activities throughout it. Not exactly the same. And there's going to be more sentence writing and a few more different things in there. But just a few examples. There's a lot of similarities to them. But yeah, those are the worksheets that turned into an activity book. Some of the ideas that I had when I go into making a worksheet, you know, meaningful practice, the variety of activities, handwriting practice, and understandable without explanation, and being interested and having fun. That are the kind of the things. So I hope if you make your own worksheets, you think about some of these things. If you don't want to spend the hours and hours that it takes to make worksheets, they are in this beautiful bound book ready to go, available at your local Eric's website.
Yeah,
Eric's website. So you can get them from the website. Yeah. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Jared.
I hope. What's that?
When will the TRWS be coming out?
Oh, you know what? It may happen. It may happen. I'm not making any guarantees, but there will be worksheets.
And the year. 3 may happen actually on a clipboard at our house.
Oh,
so it is going to happen.
Yes. S would be much thinner.
Yeah,
but
much simpler.
Yeah,
which is probably good for them to carry.
But we are running S at our school this year, and we will be making worksheets to go with it. So you know, the worksheets. Who knows what they'll become in the future? But there probably will be a small stack of them, much smaller than this.
I'd like to say just a couple of things. First, thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
I'm not sure the right word. Flattering or exciting or whatever, but to have somebody at another school take your content and turn it into spend so much time. And when he showed it to me, I was like, really? And so that's something. It was a a Japanese perfect code switching opportunity. Mottainai, to not have these available to other people. And then as the worksheets, I started thinking about printing prices. You print 127 worksheets at your school. It's going to be quite expensive for any school owner to do so. Not to mention you got to keep track of it, and there's got to be a place for those prints to go, and it's single-sided, so it's 127 pieces of paper, loose paper versus 65, front and back. So those are all things that we thought about, and so we put them into the book. And so the second thing I wanted to say is it's only available at our website, because I think worked out a really good agreement, because Jared put a lot of effort into it, and so did David's team. And so it's inexpensive for what it is. It's only 1,500 yen, and so for 1,500 yen, but we just decided to keep it small. Just basically Jared and David's team and Elf, and we kind of worked things out. So I think everyone's pretty happy with how that's gone. But if you'd like to support a starving school owner. So they're both of them, and then the whole TRW series on the back. You can see it go. It looks really nice in the bag. So yeah, and the colors are all the same. So yes, Jared. Oh, sorry, Lawrence. Yeah,
we do have the same birthday.
Yeah, we do exact same birthday. When is version 2 coming out, and when is that going to get fixed? Because
it's fixed.
Is it fixed? Okay.
It's fixed.
Yay! Fixed. And activity 2, I think shipped.
Yeah, Jared made a lot of mistakes, but actually, I think there was like 1 or 2. Actually, there weren't many.
What page was that?
So we the second printing is coming out. It actually the red book has already been reprinted, and any of the mistakes that have been found in there have been fixed. Book 2 is waiting to be sent to the printers. It has been completed, but we sell a few more of the red ones than the blue ones. And so once those get low enough, then we will send those, and all of the minor errors in there that were frustrating for some teachers will be fixed. So
yes. I've been waiting for today so I can
just
see him in person.
All right.
Sorry.
One more time, Jared, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you got your drinks and your restroom breaks in. I'm very happy to introduce the next speaker, who's been working with me for 8 years now, and is a very special part of my life now. Satomi Takagi, this is her first, we're calling it a show and tell. So yeah. And much like, you know, people taking the series Think, Read, Write and then making it more like whether it's worksheets or doing things with the readers that maybe we first didn't think about, taking the core and then making it better. Same story here. The notebooks were something that I created because I was frustrated as a teacher, that there weren't notebooks that were appropriate for learners at different stages of writing skill and ability. And so I was like, okay, I'll just make them. And we did. So there's 4 levels. The green level, the last one was released 2 years ago, I guess now. So now, I mean, they've been used, I think, by quite a few schools, and they're very cheap. They're about 200 yen. You can get them for 180 if you buy them in bulk, and there's another discount there. So yeah, Satomi's going to talk about how they are not just a notebook. Satomi Takagi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Satomi. I'm originally from Kanagawa Prefecture, but I moved to Shiga to work at Elf Kids. And it's been 8 years. And ever since I moved here, everyone at our school calls me a monkey. So today I'm going to talk about how we use Think, Read, Write notebook series. There, like Eric said, there are 4 levels. How we use is vocabulary practice from TRW1, comic writing from TRW2 and 3, and then spelling checks from 4th graders. So almost every week at the beginning of my class time, they have a spelling quiz and they use their notebook for it. And aside that, they use the notebook for self-study. In Japan, I think they call it jishugakushu. Also free writing and drawing, like kids have at school, jiyucho. Kids 1, they are 1st and 2nd graders. They use Think, Read, Write 1 with a red notebook. When they start learning how to write, they start from vowels. So for homework, I make examples of lowercase and uppercase letter, and they write next to my example. And this year I tried something new, making 4 boxes underneath or on the side, and they can write the main vocab. They can draw the vocab, because in TRW1, there's no drawing part. And after unit 2, we start assigning them writing the vowel consonant combination, ab, eb, ib, ab, ag, eg, ig, ag, ag. Towards the end, they have more letters they can write. So they write actual words. And this boy got really excited drawing. So this box was not big enough for him. So he drew a big one underneath the page. This is one example, one story from this school year. He is in 1st grade. This is his first notebook homework. I can tell he enjoyed writing, but he didn't see the line placement. So I tried a couple of approaches throughout the year, and this is the end of the school year he wrote. Pretty big improvement, right? Yeah. So how? This is what I tried this year. First, just made the example letters, and that's it. And then from a week after that, I drew the dotted line for him, only a couple of them. But a couple of weeks after that, he was still not seeing the line placement. So I tried something new from the 5th week by drawing colored lines where I wanted him to touch. Not just one part, but the whole line. And every time he wrote, he did a good job, I put a small cute stamp so that he could see, oh, I did a good job on here. Yeah. And this worked pretty well. So I kept going by drawing for each letter. And with everyone's help, not just teachers, us, but parents, he now can write like this. He still makes spelling mistakes and stuff, but he still enjoys writing and drawing, and he now sees the line placement. This is kids 1. Kids 2. 2nd and 3rd graders, they use Think, Read, Write 2 with the blue notebook. And this is where we start writing sentences. So they have to be careful writing the big letter in the beginning of the sentences and making spaces between words and punctuation at the end. This is an example. And because of Lawrence and Ruthie's presentation before, I encourage kids to highlight the phonic sound that they learned. I was very good at the beginning of this school year, but towards the end, I totally forgot about it. When I made this slide, I thought, oh, I have to remember this every week, right? But in the beginning, some kids got really into it, that especially girls who likes using colors, they got into marking.
So they did that themselves, right?
Yes. I showed some examples first, but again, I forgot after maybe summer. Yeah. This example, I just told the kid who finished all the activities and had extra time. I said, why don't you pick some comics and change some of the words? It wasn't forcing. I just suggested her. And the original comic says 7 sharks swim, 1 shark farts, oops, 6 sharks swim fast. And she got what I meant right away. She wrote 7 dogs run, 1 dog kisses, and 6 dogs run fast. And because it wasn't assigned as homework, this is what she wanted to do, I didn't really fix the grammar at this point. But if she makes this kind of mistake now, I would fix it. She even drew the comics too. Very cute. Whenever teachers in class say, can I kiss you? Can I hug you? Because she was in 2nd grade. She was like, ew, no. That's why she picked kiss as a word, I think.
But she wrote kisses, which is impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. She might got some help from her mother. Her mother is good at English too. Another example, this is me. This is my mother. That is my brother. 2 examples. It's very cute. This is me. This is my cat. That is my panda. And with her drawings, we can tell, oh, she really got the meaning of this and that, right? The second one. This is ship. This is my ship. This is a ship. This is my switch. That is my family. So both kids were really still, really quiet, but they wanted to show us what they can do in their notebooks. Another example, this is one of my favorite. Clean a window, rainbow paint, a rainbow window. And one boy from 2 years ago, he was in 2nd grade also. He wrote something like this. Clean Asatomi, rainbow paint, a rainbow Satomi. He even drew of myself in colors. And I thought, wait, I was once a rainbow Satomi. I went to a color run thing before. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
It came true.
Yeah. So this girl, last year at the end of the school year, she finished the activity books earlier than anybody else in the class. So she had extra time. That's why I suggested her pick some comics, your favorite comics, and change some words. And next week, she came back with 9 original comics. And the 7 dogs thing was one of them. Yeah, I was very surprised. I'm still surprised, actually. Kids 3, 3rd graders and 4th graders, sometimes 5th graders. They use Think, Read, Write 3 with green notebooks. They still continue writing the comics from the book. But because in TRW3, we use symbols for word group. When I have time, only when I have time, I put those symbols underneath the comics and said, you can change the word. And the monkey became a cat. It is a cat. It's a mad cat. A dog plays with the cat. It's a happy cat. So because he wanted to use play, I helped him with, and he was pretty happy. Oh, this is how I write. Another example, this is a silly comic. His dog is big. He walks his dog. He washes his dog. His dog is a unicorn. Magic. One kid wrote, his monkey is big. He walks his monkey. Yay! He washes his monkey. Yay! His monkey is a Eric. Not me, but Eric. Another one from this comic. His cockroach is big. He walks his cockroach. He paints his cockroach. His cockroach is colorful. Okay, another one. I have a turtle. My turtle is purple. We play a lot of games. Ouch, we have a headache. Again, I put the symbols under the words. And one boy came with this. I have an elephant. My elephant is green. We eat a lot of food. Ouch, we have a tongue pain. He must have searched online or he asked his mom. I don't know, but pretty cool. A new example. This one, we call it very elfy, but the original comic is put on your shoes, put on your socks. Oh no, take off everything because of the order. And one more time, try again. And we saw this.
Oh, no.
Put on your poop. Put on your toilet. Oh no, take off everything. One more time. So apparently it makes sense in her mind. Very elfy. And then I talked about kids 1, 2, 3. Going back to kids starter. Ta-da! Kids starter, they are all nenchos and 1st graders. They use Think, Read, Starter with yellow notebook. We don't assign any writing homework, but I just want them to get used to using the notebooks at home. So every week, when after they learn each letter, I print out worksheets from online or make my own, copy and paste it on the notebook, and this will be their homework. So I found these online, finding letters, coloring. Sometimes I make my own. They can cut the letters and match and paste. And then a week after that, I asked them to draw the words, draw the images. Yeah, something like this. Like I said, most of the time I searched online, especially from Canva. They have a lot of worksheets for letters. Also, I made my own. So especially for kids starter, the beginning of using the notebooks, I want them to have fun. So this is why I started it this year. And especially quiet kids, they like writing, and they're quiet in class, but they want to tell us something. So sometimes we get love letters. So they use their notebooks as jiucho, free writing drawing notebooks. I love you.
Why is that
so cute.
First?
And then kids 4 and 5 after kids 3, so 4th, 5th, and sometimes 6th graders, they still use the green notebook, but longer sentences. Yeah, don't ask me about the context, okay? But they still make spelling. So they still make some spelling mistakes and stuff, but I tell them every week to remember at least one word. If they can, 2 words or 1 sentence, and then close the book. Close the book and try to write it without looking, and then going back and check. And they do pretty good. They do pretty good, right? Yeah. And on the bottom of the green notebook, there are cursive examples, and some kids get really interested in it. So last year, one of 6th graders, he wrote his homework like this, and then on the next page, he wrote exactly the same thing in cursive writing. Pooping Eric. This is my friend Pooping Eric.
I like that they capitalize.
He likes pooping in space, but not boxing.
So finally, in kids 6, they're all in 6th graders. They use a single-lined notebook. And yeah, some kids still have messy writing, but I can still read. So yeah. So more example from our students. Self-study. Every day I get surprised by seeing the notebooks, not just homework, but their self-study. Some kids write the whole story in their notebook, and they draw the images. This one was very surprising. She used to be like, 英語なんて嫌いだし、もう来たくなかったし. But after many years, she did this on her own.
She and her sister both.
Yeah, both, yeah. Again, sometimes they change the words from the story without us telling, and they enjoy it. This is another example from a story, but this girl changed the characters, the fish and the chicken, into Marimo. Do you know Marimo, the green fuzzy ball thing? That was popular when I was in elementary school. So I was like, Marimo, right? But she made 2 Marimo characters and put them into the story. So cute. Vocab writing with some drawings. He's so good at drawing. His notebook's amazing. And also characterized alphabet letters. So each letter, they drew like animals, characters, sun, I guess, van, watermelon, yeah. The next one is another story from this school year. One girl who is in 4th grade, she came to me saying, "Can you check my notebook, please?" And I said, okay. And I opened her notebook, and this is what I saw. P. Oops. Go back. Okay. English shiritori.
Whoa.
Yeah, so not with the sound, but the letter. She started doing shiritori on her own. She wrote a bunch of words, and at the end, she wrote, Satomi, you're next. I said, okay, hello. My word will be loud after go. And then a week after that, she wrote another word, and we kept going and going and going until now. Yeah. So sometimes I wrote messages from both English and Japanese. One of them was because she wrote Osaka with lowercase o. I wrote place name starts from big letter. And a couple weeks later, she wrote Okayama with capital O. Yeah. Thank you. Some kids are really creative. One girl made a character, actually 4 characters, using all the alphabet shapes. Her name is Alphabet-chan. And this girl wrote me a letter on her notebook in Romaji because she didn't know how to write anything in English. So she asked her grandfather to change her what she wanted to say into some English, some kind of English. So ended up in Romaji, but she tried. 英語の時教えてくれてありがとう。And this one, I finished the last class, went outside, and walked to the notebook box pile of notebooks, and something was bumpy. I was like, huh? What's in it? I opened the notebook, and this is what I saw. She made a whistle, and she wanted to tell us what she did at home. She's also quiet, and she asked her mom to write it in English, and she, I think, copied it. Yeah. This happened twice, actually, this year. The same girl. The next time was she found kimmokse. What's it called? And she wrote something like, I found the kimmokse. And she actually brought the actual kimmokse to show it to us. It was very cute. And those things that happened in class encouraged other kids that other kids wanted to show their expression on their notebook. This girl studied in the middle of this school year, and she was behind for many, many weeks. But when she finally started figuring out, she wanted to say thank you to all of us. Yeah, so like my title, it's not just a notebook, it's our communication book. So that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, any questions from anyone at home or anyone here? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. So how does that work into the lesson? Like they put the notebooks from when they put it until we give it back.
So the flow is to come in, put the books down into a box, and Erica's in the lobby. Mm-hmm. She checks all the homework and she gives feedbacks to the kids right away. And then I'm still teaching when kids are coming. So after I'm finished, I check what she checked. She tells me what she saw. And that's when I assign those examples. And then when kids are coming to my classroom, which is the last one, they see what their homework is from that day. So
I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just say.
Oh,
Our system's a little different than like a typical Eikaiwa, where we have fewer classes, a little bit longer, and all of the students see all of the teachers. So Erica's in the lobby, and then there's a communication classroom, and then there's a skills classroom, and Satomi's in the skills classroom. We got a question? Yeah. Oh yeah. And so this is about 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes. This is 35 or 40 minutes, and this is 25 or 35 minutes. And so when the kids are in here, there's time. This class has been, is finishing, and so Erica and Satomi have a chance to communicate, and they can either check homework or look at the notebooks together during that time. That's why it kind of allows us to have the time to do something like that. So it's a bit unique in that sense, I think. But I think you could probably do it, like if you have somebody else with you, like an assistant or something like that. But yeah. Sound right?
You couldn't do it before we changed the system. Yeah.
Good question.
What does off mean?
Office.
Off limits to the kids.
That's the floor plan at the school.
Yeah, sorry, this is my school. So.
Okay. Flip grid, maybe.
Yeah, 2 classrooms, office.
Oh, flip grid, yeah. Doris mentioned a comment.
Would be great if there's a folder or somewhere that all schools can submit their student comics. Oh,
that's a neat idea. Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
that'd be great. Yeah,
that would be great.
That's a neat idea.
Great idea.
Where the giant Think Read Write folder where kids can put unit 1 or story 1 or whatever. Ooh,
I mean, like
get heavy and bloated and slow down, like Padlet does. Ruthie.
So the free writing with the yellow notebooks, well, all the notebooks, I guess, that's something that they can do at any time. Or do you ever assign your homework this week is do whatever you want, some free writing?
Only sometimes. When I don't have anything from the textbook or reading book, I tell them, okay, today, the kids always ask me, what's my homework today? Because we assign them every week. And when I don't have anything from the book, I say Jishugakushu about English. Only sometimes.
I love the ongoing conversation you had with Shiritori.
Yeah.
That was great.
I hope she continues from April too.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Yeah.
Are there any particular site or things you pick up some comics to use to introduce? Textbook. Thank you. Nice story. Okay.
Yeah, this. I mean, just to speak, not to take away her point in time, but this is exciting for me to see because when we made the decision to put comics into Think Read Write 2, and then later Think Read Write 3 to expand it from 3 to 4, Jan was talking a little bit about context, and also Ruthie as well. We wanted those words to be in context as soon as possible. So that, on the very next page, they're like, oh, okay, there's some meaning and I can understand that. And with the introduction of Think Read Write 3, where they can see the word types and they're starting to put pieces together, it really opens the door. So having just that notebook, available, and if you do it once or twice, some of the kids who enjoy that, and maybe not the kids who don't like writing, but even if it's text, only and no illustrations, it's still creative, right? So
actually, I saw more kids saying, I don't like drawing, I don't want to draw before, but fewer kids say that now because we start using the notebook in starter as their jiujo.
Yeah.
They know it's safe.
So I just want to welcome again to the front of the room, Ruthie Ida.
Yay, thank you. Okay. And let's share my sound. There we are. Okay, so this presentation was designed to be done in Tokyo, and I basically designed it so people there could actually participate and be students and see what it's like to go through the Think, Read, Write book. So actually in the morning session, Eric did a really good job of explaining how the book is put together. So my job is to take people through it, and I want you all to be the students, basically. And it doesn't get old. It's fun. It's simple, but it's really fun. So it's not a super long presentation, but I hope that everyone will be really participatory. It does start with grammar and children, and this is really important. I chose to start from the perspective of child psychology rather than language acquisition, because what we know about children, what they can do, and their developmental stages is crucial in what age we're going to start teaching grammar. And some schools don't even touch it until junior high age. So Think, Read, and Write 3, I find, is ideal for 4th graders. 5th graders can really eat it up, but it's almost like a bit too easy. 3rd grade can probably do it depending on the 3rd grader. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grade potentially. And what we know about children at that age is they enjoy classifying and sorting. And Eric showed you all the amazing dictionary in the back of the book, which I love, because nouns, verbs, and adjectives are shapes and colors. And that's so intuitive for kids. It's an extra barrier for them to remember this is a noun, this is a verb, this is an adjective. I just tell them, look for the red circle, look for the green triangle. And then suddenly it's intuitive to me too. So classifying and sorting are beautifully done in Think, Read, Write 3. Also, we know their attention spans are longer, and that's also super important. They're beginning to understand abstract concepts. Grammar is full of abstract concepts. And I love that Think, Read, and Write also has the section designed by Satomi, I believe, with the game board that has the explanation, explicit explanation of grammar in Japanese, written in child-friendly language. こんなのは名詞だよ。知ってた? It's like that. And I can't read most of it, so I just tell my kids, this is your chance, read it to me. And they do. And they're like, oh. So we use that game board, the abstract concept part of the book, usually after we finished a unit. Then we'll go to the back of the book and spend a week talking about it, negotiating meaning, what it means. And they're at the age where they can do that, and it's fun. But, and the next one is key, they still learn best in a playful and active way. And I'm willing to bet that there are very few grammar books available for children that anyone would call either playful or fun. I've tried so many, I've wasted a lot of money, and so far Think, Read, Write 3 has not only been fun for my students, but fun for me. That's why I'm here. So the last, teaching grammar as language rules, can be boring, frustrating, and demotivating. Basically, if you go to graduate school, you'll be told that grammar is a set of rules. Doesn't mean you have to present it that way to children. Rules are not playful. You've got to basically fool kids into learning those rules without them realizing they are rules. Introducing the playful introduction to English grammar. This is grammar taught through music, images, and gesture. That combination that Jan was talking about before. And this is why it's really fun for me. It's not just sitting down with the book and going through exercises. You're moving your whole body. Grammar interwoven with 4 skills practice. That's also brilliant. So I never feel bad about spending, say, 30 minutes with Think, Read, Write 3. It's not just grammar. They're also practicing reading in every lesson. There's listening sections. It's really, really well designed. Anyone who knows Eric and Satomi knows the Tokucho use of humor to spur motivation and enhance saliency. So you want your kids to be motivated, and they're going to be motivated if something is salient. I think of salient as sticky. It sticks to the brain, and it sticks to the brain because it's funny. And it's not an adult's idea of what's funny. It's genuine, it's authentic. It's what kids know and think is funny. And when you see their reaction, you also realize, oh, that is funny. You access your inner kid. It's why I never get sick of it. So in the end, Think, Read, Write is a focus on understanding concepts rather than using rules. That's why it works. What kid says, I love rules? No kid says that. No adult says that. Yeah, especially not Americans. Yeah. But understanding of concepts, that is learning rather than studying. And that's where probably a lot of the people here today, that's what makes their school distinct, is we don't focus on studying. We want kids to be joyful about learning. So this is where we go into the book, and I hope you all will do it with me. I started in Unit 2. Why did I start with Unit 2? I just picked a typical unit that I liked. But the book is organized. Pronouns come first, then you get possessives, you get can, can't, you get have, has. And what's important is you get multiple examples of each pronoun. To a kid, we is we. If you say, what is we in Japanese? My students will first say, minna. And that's very general. Then I'll ask them, what is they? And they'll say the same thing, minna. To them, it just means many people. So when you get into all the different examples of we versus examples of they, the distinctions become clearer. Plus, not only do they get many examples, they get the gestures and sign language. So this is we. You start with yourself, include yourself, and then go around in a circle. This is we. Whereas they, you're just pointing out, and you're not even making eye contact necessarily. So that's just a bunch of people, but they're not your nakama. And kids understand that. If it's we, it has to start with you and your own nakama. So that's why I really like the fact that the pronouns come first. For me, that's the base of grammar. So I'm going to take you through the unit chant. And at this stage, I encourage you to use a gesture because it's not too fast. Some of the chants that get fast, I don't encourage gestures. It's too much. On this level, it's perfectly doable and it's really fun. So let's do it. This is the Unit 2 chant. Yeah. It. Here we go. Monkey.
It is a monkey. Octopus. It is an octopus. Clean. It is clean. Dirty. It is dirty. We. Here we go. Students, we are students. Teachers, we are teachers. Loud, we are loud. Quiet, we are quiet. They. Here we go. Gorillas, gorillas, they are gorillas. Monkeys, monkeys, they are monkeys. Strong, strong, they are strong. Sleepy, sleepy, they are sleepy. You. Here we go. Girls, girls, you are girls. Boys, boys, you are boys. Fast, fast, you are fast. Slow, slow, you are slow. Oh yeah.
So that's the unit chant. And that's a super fun start to every unit. So the unit chant. After that, you can see the gesture, and this is American Sign Language. So it is just you're pointing at a thing. It is cold. For that example, I used a spray bottle and sprayed my superhero figures to make them cold. And it was a lot of fun. So the first page starts with just repeating the it to the right and then back again to the left, which in itself is kind of fun. And you'll notice the instructions. Jared talked a lot about useless instructions. If you're a kid, you need an adult to help you read. Actually, if you've taken Think, Read, Write this far, the kids can read the instructions themselves. And they are simple, one-word, brilliant instructions. And actually, I make my students also do the gestures, point and chant. So we're going to point and chant. Thank you, Eric.
It.
And actually, the little hand on YouTube is what inspired me to buy a humongous bag of 1,000 tiny hands on Amazon and put them on the end of the pencil. They're very effective. Highly recommend them. Then you have listen, listen, point, and chant. And this is the vocab. Again, in the beginning, it's quite slow, and I really encourage people to use gestures. The end is working for fluency, and I specifically don't want kids using the gestures because it is too much, and they lose the spoken fluency. So let's see how it works.
Here we go. Monkey, monkey, octopus, octopus, clean, clean, dirty, dirty, monkey, octopus, clean, dirty, monkey, octopus, clean, dirty, dirty, clean, octopus, monkey, dirty, clean, octopus, monkey, dirty, clean, octopus, monkey.
Doing it. Okay, you did it. And that's really fun. And kids are really happy at the end. They're all like, I did it. Dirty, clean, octopus, monkey. Dirty, clean, octopus, monkey. I hope you saw my mouth was really moving. And I love to see my kids' mouths really stretching and moving because the rhythm forces them to be fluent. This is listen, listen, say, spell. And Eric talked about this in his intro, but I want you to see how it works because this is also really brilliant. You'll hear the word twice, and I think it's up to every teacher how they want to work it. But the first time the word is spelled, I encourage my students not to shadow. I want them to catch the letters in time and write them. The second time, I encourage them to speak along with Eric. And this is how it sounds.
Listen, say, spell.
That's got a good voice.
How do you spell monkey? M-O-N-K-E-Y. One more time. M-O-N-K-E-Y. Monkey. How do you spell octopus? O-C-T-O-P-U-S. One more time. O-C-T-O-P-U-S. Octopus.
When that's finished, I actually encourage my students to go to each word and look at it again. And I ask them, is this, I say, is this futsu? And they know that means, is this like a regular spelling? Is it what you think it's going to be? And yes, easily decodable. And if they say yes, I'm like, good, you know what to do. And they go right to the back of the book to the dictionary and they sound it out and they spell it then and there. Sometimes you'll come to a word that's not, but that's good too. It's teaching kids to notice. And I'll say, well, what is strange about it? What is not regular? And I'm asking in Japanese and usually they can tell me. Or I'll say, what do you need to be careful of if it's an L and an L versus R? Or something like that. Then we'll talk about what they need to be careful of. They've got it. I need them to hold it in their head. That's important to me. Then go to the back of the book in the dictionary and write it down. So that's how we do the spelling. First do it here and then move to the back of the book and see if they've got it and they can use it. Then this is the challenging part where I encourage you not to use the gesture because you really need to concentrate. It's the same thing that students are doing in Think, Read, Write Starter 1 and 2, but it's on a different level. Yeah, but it's in a good way. I mean, if it wasn't a little more challenging, there'd be no point, right? So when some kid tries to say, oh, it's too hard, I'm like, you know, well, what's the point? So let's try it. Concentrate on getting your mouth to move as fast as possible. And imagine your students are watching you. So you want your students to see your mouth moving. And don't worry about the gestures.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
A monkey, a monkey. It is a monkey.
A monkey. A monkey. It is a monkey.
Clean monkey, clean monkey. It's a clean monkey.
Clean monkey, clean monkey. It's a clean monkey.
Good job. Let's keep going.
Okay.
An octopus, an octopus. It is an octopus.
An octopus, an octopus. It is an octopus.
Dirty octopus, dirty octopus. It's a dirty octopus.
Dirty octopus, dirty octopus.
It's a dirty octopus.
Wow, you're amazing.
Yeah.
And it's a dirty octopus. It's not my personal favorite. My personal favorite is he's a thirsty scientist. Thirsty scientist, thirsty. I think I called Eric and Satomi at like 1 in the morning. Is that really what it's supposed to be? And Satomi's like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
I remember you telling me you were worried if the kids could do it or not.
Yeah.
And I said, just give them a shot. I think they'll come through. How
They were better than me. I was sweating bullets. But one of the points of the chant, the rebus chant, is that it really pushes fluency because kids have to keep pace with the rhythm. But they're motivated so they can do it. And at the end, they're super proud of themselves. We were having this conversation, Marlene and I, that they don't need to be told by the teacher, you did a good job. They know it and they're happy, which is important. One of the things I mentioned about story reading is, at least in my school, it's always super highly motivating for my students to do whatever we're doing as a group with their friends. And they love the chance. So sometimes they'll come in and this is our waiting room. And we have an assistant teacher there waiting for them. And sometimes she'll just sit down and say, let's do the chant together. And you'll see again, they're really well-behaved students. They use Seiza and they're very polite with each other, but they really love the chants. This is what it looks like.
I am a teacher. Tall teacher, I'm a tall teacher.
Student, huh?
Student, number 1, very good. Ready, go.
A student, I am a student. Short student, I'm a short student.
So that's what it sounds like. And you can see they're right on the mark as far as rhythm. And that's the difference between kids that have been in Eikaiwa since nursery age and kids that come in 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade from the outside. It's really, really hard for them to do that. Okay. The second page of every unit is reading and writing. And Eric talked before about the comics. So actually, I'm using one of the same comics that was used before because it's my favorite. And this is Read and Act. So at the expo, a lot of teachers asked me about the acting aspect. Like, how do you get your students to do that? You know, do they really want to act? And the answer is that I don't make a big deal about it. I know who's going to be super shy, and I know who's a natural actor. And I just go week by week. Do you want to try this? Sure, great. If somebody doesn't want to try this, they can be the narrator. But I will also like throw in surprises. Go ahead, try it. I don't make a big deal about it. Like, you have to do this. I'm like, go ahead, try it. And a lot of times you'll find they really wanted to try. They just needed a little push or a little tug. And sometimes you find hidden gems. You find comics that have been hidden all along. So this involves reading the comic, writing the comic in the middle, and then acting. So Lawrence, you weren't here when I decided I would love you to be the monkey. Is that all right? So Tomi, will you really be the octopus? Excellent. So first, let's just, she's powering up. First, let's take a look at the text. It is a monkey. It's a dirty monkey. An octopus cleans the monkey. It's a clean monkey. Now I'm going to get out of the way. Okay, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, it is a monkey.
It is a monkey.
It's a dirty monkey.
It's a dirty monkey.
An octopus cleans the monkey.
Cleans the monkey.
It's a clean monkey.
It's a clean monkey.
Thank you, thank you. So that's my personal favorite.
You dirty monkey.
The dirty monkey.
It
also makes sense that it would be octopus cleaning.
Right? Right?
You got the 8 arms.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
if you use...
And a monkey would be dirty, so it all it's logical.
If you use Adam Cardos material as well, there's a robot with 8 arms, and each arm has a cleaning implement. So yeah, it's a natural. But I also wanted to address the issue of shy kids or kids that might not feel comfortable acting. And the key is always, in Japanese, you would say kuki o yomu, reading the air. And my own personal approach is not to make a big deal of it. And like Jan had always said, you know, don't ever force. So I don't. And acting doesn't have to mean what just happened, like somebody on a big stage in front of a lot of people. Acting can just mean reading something in a dramatic voice that's not your usual voice, right? And if you call that acting, it's a lot less stressful for kids. So in this video, I love this little clip because you can see the popular girl from the beginning. Her little head is right out there. She's already done her part. She wants to do more. She really loves this chant. This boy is ready to go home already. Right, he's packing up. She's like, give me more. And across the table, you can't see in this photo, is a very shy girl. And she was like, no, I don't want to read the comic. And, you know, we're all gathered around the table and every other kid has read the comic. So popular girl had the solution. She's just like, yeah, I'm going to do it with you. And it turned into a nice moment. So I want to show you the nice moment.
We are teachers. We're loud teachers. Thank you, thank you. ちょっと力貸して. Okay, one more time. Ready, go.
We are students. We're quiet students. We are teachers. We're loud teachers.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Thank you. Okay.
So quiet girl had a really good time in the end. And the girl next to her, who was like semi-quiet girl, also ended up joining in and having a really good time. So this is the Write the Comic. This is read, write, and draw. I always do like drawing a flower, whereas write is like writing letters. So we saw a lot of good examples of really creative, personalized mini stories from Eric and Satomi. And this is the one we just saw. It's a clean monkey. It's a dirty octopus. It's a green triangle, red circle. So they immediately go to the back of the book, look for the green triangles that they can read and that they like. That'll be an adjective. And match it with a funny red circle. But not all kids are funny, are they? That's what I love about this, is some kids take a really straight approach, and that's good. Some kids want to be as funny as they can, and that's good too. So these are some of my examples. This was a kid with a really straight approach. I can do magic. And she could. She had just gotten a little magic kit as her birthday present, and she wanted to talk about that. So that was really nice. Then we had the super nerd kid. And I'm like, what's your idea? And he's like, I can write the USA. And I'm like, wait, did he make a mistake? What does he mean, I can write the USA? Doesn't he mean I can say the USA? And I looked at the picture, and the nerdy kid has written United States of America. And he's like, well, sensei, I'm really into international organizations. Okay. So, and that kid just graduated from my school, Chugakko 2 nensei. He just graduated last week. And I always ask them, what's your best memory of the school? And he said, chanting to the rhythm. That was it. So Eric, thank you. I was like super surprised. That was his best memory. Some kids, usually they say Christmas or Halloween or whatever. So chanting to the rhythm. So this is the nerdy option, United States of America. And then these are the funny options. Aren't they great pictures though? Please eat your car. Okay, I'll try. Please eat your car. He does. And I love, My frog can't eat the sun, but he's going to try. Look at the little frog tongue. So, and those are both boys. So those are some of my personal favorites, but you know, personalization is super important. And my theory is that's what's missing from most grammar books for children. There's nothing in there that they can personally relate to or that they can add to. This is the review section that comes at the end of every unit. And this is all about fluency. So I talked about this at ETJ too, that approach it with care. This is where students time each other. Sometimes the parents time their students. Sometimes the teachers time their students. It's all in how you want to do it. I usually assign this as homework, but sometimes we do it in class. If I assign it as homework, I always give an example of my own voice because I don't want them working just for speed. That's a nightmare. And most boys think Speedy is better. No offense to men, but I don't have that problem with my girls. So I really challenge them to be speedy, but accurate. And it's difficult. So this would be what
He is thirsty. He is a man. He is a thirsty man. He is hungry. He is a teacher. He is a hungry teacher.
Now the question version.
Is he thirsty? Is he a man? Is he a thirsty man? Is he hungry? Is he a teacher? Is he a hungry teacher? Bye-bye.
Bye. So you can see that my example is not particularly fast because I want them to catch my intonation, especially on the questions. Any questions? Says the dirty monkey. So that's about what I prepared. But do you all have questions, concerns, or issues that came up when you've used Think, Read, Write 3? Marlene?
I'm just curious. I've never taught this book yet. But like, at what age do you find that they are not interested in the chants anymore?
Oh.
Or is that a problem? Sorry.
You know what? That has never been a problem for me. And I sort of want to speak to that because it also connects with drawing, which you mentioned before. Students will say, oh, well, I don't chant or I don't draw. Oh, yeah? In my experience, I found that kids don't always say what they mean. There's often something hidden behind what they say. Kids who say, I don't draw or I don't like to draw, I just whip out the special markers. There's nothing special about them. I just say, do you want to use my special markers? And they're like, ooh, yeah. And they're into it. I mean, the same thing with the chanting. I never say, you have to do this chant. But they look over and everyone is really enjoying it. And I know when not to go too far. This is also key when you're talking about reading the air. If I were doing this with 6th graders, I would not be like, dirty monkey, yeah, I'm a dirty monkey. I'd be like, dirty monkey, I'm a dirty monkey. So, you know when not to be uncool. And that's also really important, reading the air, right? So in my experience, no, kids have not become too old to do the chants. In fact, the opposite is almost true. Some kids come in thinking, oh, well, I've mastered Think, Read, Write 1 and 2. This is just more the same. This is going to be easy. And they find out it's not. And that's also really fun and exciting for them.
Can I say something to that quick? Yeah. When we made this one, the idea was what you just said. It was like, let's make it almost scary fast in some of the sections where they're like, okay, things just got real. But the goal was to pick a BPM or beats per minute that by the end of the book, it would be achieved. right? Or maybe, you know, halfway through or something, right? And so you see that in a lot, even some of the activities on the activity page that I don't think Ruthie showed, but the one before this, separating words where all the letters are together, we knew that that would be a struggle. But by the end of the book, they get it. And so kind of trying to set the pace or the challenges in there. So at first, it's kind of hard, but then mastering it was something that they want to do. Another thing, just specifically to that point, I found that if you allow students to run the audio, if you assign, okay, you're in charge today, right, of running the chants, that they're the ones who press play or they're the ones who you pull out the app, then that alone, that responsibility will get them more invested and more involved. So even like, you know, you're like, yeah, it's your job today. And you're like, oh, and then, you know, that feeling, oh, okay, I guess I got to go. And then you do it. And that responsibility, and so who did it last week? Okay, Ruthie did it. Okay, you know, today is Taya's turn. And Taya's like, oh, it's my turn. Okay, so then you feel more invested. Yeah, so you feel the responsibility, right? So that's just a hack, classroom hack, right? So,
and I'll add to. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So another thing I found, a lot of kids when it involves doing a performance of some kind, like where they have to draw or act, they reach an age where they fear evaluation from their peers. And so I think it's really important that as teachers, we try to create a psychologically safe environment, right? Where there's a collaborative spirit, right? And I find once you kind of create the conditions for that, right, then they're not so worried about their drawing skills or if they're bad at acting or making voices or whatever it is, right? They can feel comfortable in that environment and not so worried that people are gonna like make fun of their drawings or things like that. And so I think as teachers, we can also model that behavior by acting like fools ourselves. And I do it all the time.
That's easy for some of us. If you don't mind, I want to throw one more thing in. You were talking about the middle part of the activity pages. I'm a student. I am short. I'm a short student. Two things that I've done in the classroom with that is do switch reading in pairs. So I'm a student. I'm short. I'm a short student, and having them switch back and forth, then they can't go that fast.
Right.
And they're waiting to hear the input from the person before they do it. Another one is I do a lot with speed and tempo in as you know, with the book as well. Slow reading. The goal isn't the fastest time. The goal is the longest time. So you take a deep breath, and they have to try to get the whole thing in one breath. I'm a student. I'm short. And they try to do the whole thing in a single breath, right? And so they have to time it so they can finish it by the end before they run out of air. But it's also going to be much slower. And did you notice what happens when you speak slowly?
Clearly.
Natural word blending. So we talked about voiced and unvoiced sounds in the morning. Because when you speak slowly, you naturally blend those sounds that can be blended together will naturally blend together. And so that's a way to take out some of the competitive nature of maybe some students. It's a different challenge that's not based on speed that's fast, but speed that's slow. And there's the added element of a single breath. Or, you know, clapping when you do it, or each syllable or each word. I'm a student. I am short. I'm a short student. You can do it staccato. There's different ways you can do the same thing just by adding something. So, and that hopefully will make the chants a little bit more enjoyable. So,
I could add to that too by saying that.
Give you this.
Right, but that's really fun. You know, like playing tag, slowing down the chants also decreases the likelihood of accuracy and fluency, canceling each other out. So we all know that the faster it is, the more difficult it is to be accurate. So slowing it down, it's also going to be more accurate. Plus you'll get the word blending.
Yeah, and if you want to do speed-based stuff, you can say, okay, 20 seconds, you have to do this side in 20 seconds, and you don't show them the timer. And so one of the other students has a timer, and they have to try to read it at exactly 20 seconds, and they show them the time. Oh, 18 seconds, too fast. Okay, next time, 15 seconds. And they're like, oh, so they're gradually getting faster, but they can't watch the clock. they're guessing. So the goal isn't necessarily the activity or the it's the time, right? And not being able to see. And so they're building up okay. And then, 10 seconds, right? And they're like, okay, right? And they get ready to do it. Can anybody do it in 6 seconds? That's when but they've already done it 3 times. Right. And so they practice enough where it does come out without as much effort, right? And the fluency is the accuracy is there at that point because they've done it more slowly. Then they can do it more quickly and really work on that speed and word blending and stuff like that. So, sorry. I get excited about this stuff. I apologize.
No, I do too. And I also wanted to say that if you're letting kids time each other, that's also when they can use all kinds of good language. Can I time so-and-so? Sure, here you can. Do you want to go first, second, or third? So you can use your ordinal numbers. Are you ready? Yes, I am. So letting kids time each other gives them a chance to use all those other words and other pieces of language too. It's not just the teacher saying, here's what to do. My kids love timing each other.
That's great, yeah.
Can I time so-and-so? Okay, here you go. So.
I think the original question was like kids being afraid to chant or shy to chant. To be silly. Or to be a little bit silly. But I found the kids started wanting to sing songs and they don't want to maybe act so much. But chants, it's just talking fast to music. So it's almost like the magic key in between the two. Like, I don't want to sing anymore. I'm like too awkward to sing. But chanting, they don't seem to care. Right. And they're okay to have fun. Like I've never had anyone say, I'm not going to chant, even in junior high school. Like, yes, it's kind of a magic key to unlock the door. I don't know.
Another thing is YouTube is your friend if you play it from YouTube. Yeah. That speed up, slow down function. Ooh, that's golden right there. You can do it in you can stop it in the middle and kind of look at everybody and go faster, slower. Just ask them faster or slower. And they're like, fast, you got 3 kids. Okay, who wants faster? Raise your hand. I want faster. Okay, who wants slower? I want slower. Okay, do rock, scissors, paper. Okay, we're going to go faster one time and slower one time. And they think it's hysterical when it sounds like, you ever seen like Jimmy Kimmel, I think, does Drunk Trump? Right, where they slow it down so it sounds like he's drunk. If you slow down the videos, it sounds like it sounds really funny, and they're dying, right? It's a lot of fun, right? Yeah. So, anyways, that's a lot of fun.
I totally agree. It's really funny to see some kids doing these really silly chants with a really serious face. But yay, I mean, whatever works. They can make whatever face they want if they're doing the chant, right?
Volume is a big thing to play with too. If you have kids, just turn it down really quietly and have them whisper. Right. It's easy. It's a little bit easier. It's a bit harder too sometimes because you're taking out those voice sounds. I'm a student. I'm a student. I'm a bad student. Right. Something like that. Right. And so they're cutting off their voice completely, and that's hard. It's actually a different challenge. So. Okay, I think we're gonna kind of wrap things up there. So Ruthie, Ida, fantastic, right? All right. Okay, we are back. Yay! All right, so we got about 40 minutes left to share some activities. Nam and Taya and Satomi also has something. And if you have any, you'd like to share something too, and you like to share something, okay, we can go a little later if we want. So this is great. This is supposed to be the kind of practical side of things where someone has an idea and they pop up for 5 or 10 minutes and show others what they're doing or what activities work. So I'm guessing that it's probably it could go a lot longer. Not what you told me. What's that? No, 50 minutes maybe for Lawrence. Yeah, sorry.
Could be.
Yeah, a lot longer. Okay, we'll see everyone Monday. We'll record you, Lawrence. Oh, yeah, Lawrence. Right. Lawrence is on there too, and anybody else? I think. Yeah. So 4.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 3. And then I think Satomi wants to throw in. So, all right. Well, let's get started then, ladies and gentlemen. Taya Pitt.
Oh, thank you. So, hi everyone. It's my first time presenting for ELF here. I've been in Japan around 20 years. I guess I've worked in elementary school with big classes a lot. So I like the energy of a big class. And I found small classes actually very intimidating after big classes, which is not always what I hear. It's very close and personal, whereas a big class, I guess, is more like half show, half running around trying to keep kids in control, maybe. A lot of high energy and not a lot of low energy. So I want to start with something high energy. It's a dance. So I'm going to, Eric's got his silly dance coming up soon, I think. So in the mood of dance, silly dance, probably it's not ideal for older students, maybe anywhere from 2 years old to probably about grade 4. You could probably pull it off depending on how your relationship is with your kids. I have had crazy grade 5s get up and put on a pretty good show, but it could be kind of suicide as well doing it with grade 5s. So let's start with an ABC dance, something to get away from the flashcards. So everyone, let's stand up and give it a go. If you get tired, don't overdo it. But I'm gonna just sell it because I'm in the front. Okay, thanks, Satomi. Oh, wait.
Want to take that off?
Yeah, I'm hot. So this is the ABC dance.
Okay. Sound is still good, Sato?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
great.
I'm killing the mic.
It's all right. Just take that out.
I told you it was going to be crazy.
It's all right. It is crazy. Didn't realize it was going to be that crazy. I had confidence in my magnet, but
you're probably thinking it might be a little bit too much mama for you. Then there's a dad's version too. And dad makes a lot of mistakes, which is absolutely hilarious for the kids. Like they are, instead of having the loop and the leg out, he does it like this. And the kids are like, no, the stroke order is wrong. Maybe if you can find the R, you can see he's doing it wrong. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. A little bit more maybe. Oh no, look, the R should be this way. The kids, I didn't notice it, the kids did. There's a few mistakes, so it's hilarious. So there's a lot of good dances. Maybe we won't do another one because everyone might die. But Eric Jacobson, Every Day is a Beautiful Day. Maybe we can just have a little look maybe about from here, I guess. It's a weather song.
Eric.
Oh. I'm sure you all know him from NHK a while back.
I did a performance with him 4 years ago.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit more. Yeah, that looks good. And press play.
All right.
This is a really cute dance.
じゃあね、
You'll never have to
今の動きをやりながら歌いましょう。最初は sunny and cloudy, okay? Sunny, sunny, cloudy, cloudy. Every day's a beautiful day. Rainy, rainy, snowy, snowy. Every day's a beautiful day. Stormy weather, windy weather. I don't care at all because every day's a beautiful, every day's a beautiful day.
That's right.
Every day's a beautiful, every day's a beautiful day. Okay, here we go. Sunny,
Sunny,
cloudy, rainy, snowy, stormy, windy.
Okay.
Here we go.
So it's a great way to get some flashing in without actually flashing. You don't need some flashcards. They can learn it right off the bat, the same as the ABC. They can kind of learn it without having to go with flashcards, without having to teaching. So if you have the energy or can encourage them to do it without you, it's a great way to get it going. So I wanted to move on to a simple phonics game. How are we going for time? Not too bad. So often, once the kids have the basic sounds down, sometimes I do a little something like this. Do you know what this is? S, and what sound does it make? What about if I put this here? Us, yeah, us, us. How about this? Mus. You might want to say mus, but no, in English it's mus. Okay. What about this? Yeah, if in English we would say amas, but this is, so we want to say amas. What about this? Tamas. What about this? Otamas. What about this? What about this? I think I made a mistake there, haven't I? Got ahead of myself. Hippopotamus. 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 So it's really nice. If you work from the back of the word, sometimes it's actually easier to work through a long one. So yeah, you need a bit of, it's not good after exercise. So I'm shaking after the exercise too. Need some more rest. How about this? Mm. Mm-hmm. And I'll just do it quick just so you get the. Oh, so all the kids know dinosaurs in English and they're almost phonetically correct. So it's a good way to be like, oh, how many letters is it? Like it's 13 letters. You can read a 13-letter word. English is easy. And it just gets them up to the idea that this is really possible. That was easy, right? Everyone knew how to say it. So sometimes writing is really difficult for some kids, and making the breakthrough from phonics or listening to the sounds like at to writing it down, it's kind of a big gap. So I found it was recommended by somebody on one of the maybe Eikaiwa owners groups, these magnetic letters. Was it you? Maybe, was it you? Yeah. I couldn't remember who it was. But if you use the letters to sound it out and then get it on paper first before you write it down, then the writing is just copying what you already discovered without taking this discovery side away. So maybe I'll just put a few letters here and we can try maybe 2 teams. I have some uppercase or lowercase. Sorry for people online, it might be a little tricky to see. Oh yeah, or I mean, it's probably a little bit labor intensive to do it on the board, but the answers could be on the board maybe. So maybe I'll just cut into 2 teams. So you are team 1, you're a team 2. So maybe I'll volunteer to be the first player. Would you like to try first? And then you're gonna go. It's not really brain science, it's really easy. Anybody could think of this activity, but it seems to work really well. So level 1 may be like CVC. So first word, let's start with something easy. So dog. So dog is d, o, g, dog. Yeah, so show me your answers. Sorry, I've frozen for a little bit. Maybe where is I think the camera's over here. Yeah, dog, so that's right. And then once they've got it on here, this student can go back and write in their book. And then the next student can come up and try something similar. So it's not a relay?
It's not technically a relay. It's just like you succeeded, go and write it in your book. Someone else can have a turn. So in a busy class, instead of everybody copying each other, kids can take a turn. And while they're writing, it kind of paces it out. No pressure on the writing. They can take as long as they like and then come back and check. So maybe next word, we might try something more difficult like kick. And if you don't mind to make a mistake, it's okay to make a mistake. Oh.
Without making the letters, because this time you recognize the letters.
Yeah. Kick. Okay, so this is kick. Good job. So often, oh, sorry, where is the camera here? Maybe here? Camera's right here. Yeah. Often, I'm showing on the TV maybe, here. Often students will just put the C or just put the K. Or sometimes they will also put the Q because they know this is also a K sound technically. So in that case, if it's just a CK, I might just put like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you missed something, and let them think again. And then they might take this away and put this instead, and they will go through a few processes until they get it. And then once they get it, great. Or maybe an A and a U will be mixed up, in which case I will just underline the A or U, and they can go back and keep trying,
come back again, keep trying, come back again until they get the right answer. So thank you for participating. Sorry, everyone's great spellers, so it's not that easy to see how it's going to work. With non-phonetic words, with the spelling ones like teacher or something that's not so obvious, I might tell them how many letters is in it and let them kind of work through it, discuss with their groups, come back. And if they have a few tries and struggle, I might put a textbook or flashcards at the back of the classroom. And then as a team, they're allowed to run and check 2 letters at a time, like T-E, C-H, and check and run back so that they're not just copying. They have to kind of remember and go back to try and link the phonic sound with remembering and the repetition. And then also they're communicating to their group. So the person who looks is not allowed to put the letters. They have to tell the other person to make sure it's communication and as much people are participating as possible. So sorry, it's not a great demonstration, but I think you get the basic idea. So I think that's probably about 20 minutes.
It is a great example. Yeah. I do it too.
You do it too, yeah. Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Sure, please.
Hold on. Nam is going to add to that. Do you want to come up or?
That's fine. Yeah, actually, yeah, I do the same activity for my classes as well, with these exact same alphabet letters. And what we do is we'll use it with every single lesson. So let's say the lesson is, I don't know, the letter B, right? And then there's like 4 vocabulary words for TRW1. I'll take only the letters that are used in those 4 vocabulary words. And I'll take away all the other letters. So it's not 26 letters. It's only, it's overwhelming for them, especially for like Ichinen, say like first grade, second grade. So they don't even know how to write yet, right? So they have a very limited number of letters to choose from, and it just makes it so much easier for them, and it builds up their confidence. And I'll do this for like the first 3 units, right? And then from units 4 and on, then we switch over to handwriting. But this is really great in the beginning when they're not able to write yet. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Any other comments or questions, Natalia? Yeah, Ruthie.
I think I also saw it on one of the teaching sites, but you can also get plastic blocks that have the other digraphs, like the CH and SH and IGH. So I think maybe I heard from Lawrence, but I bought 2 tubs of them and I use them in a similar way. So that goes to Think, Read, Write too.
Right? It works really well with yeah, I think probably most experienced teachers have the same ideas, so it's a little bit wasted on the experienced teachers.
No, not at all, because we forget.
But
I haven't done that in ages.
But everyone has a little bit to add, so it's nice to share. Reinforce, repeat. It's great.
I just have one. Jared, hold on just a sec. Here you go.
Well, I do similar activities, but I really like these magnets. That's really cool. I'm probably going to buy a set or 3 or 4.
Nam is got
but anyway, the one additional thing I do when I do activities like this I usually use little cards, but is have them draw boxes and then separate it into the phonemes so that the C and H will go into the same box. And so they know they're looking for, for example, teacher, they're looking for just, 4 different phonemes, and then doing that. So from level 1, I don't really do that too much because almost everything is 3, one per letter. But then from when we start getting into digraphs, so that they know that those 2 letters are a set for that sound, they actually draw that first and then fill it in is one way that I do it. So.
All right. Thank you, Taya. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready to start the next one. Sorry about the delay with the computer. Next, Nam actually presented here like as the main section last year with a fantastic one. And this year he's been doing some really cool stuff with video. Student submitted videos using Flip, which used to be called Flipgrid. This goes with the shortening of the name. TransferWise is now Wise. And so everyone's making everything shorter, but with no further ado, Nam, thank you very much.
Thank you. So yeah, so we have seen like other well, actually I got this idea originally from like the notebook customization where students like write their own versions of the stories when you're looking at the Think, Read, Write readers. And I did that for a year before with the TRW1, and then that was last year. This year I wanted to just level it up a little bit more and have the students make their own videos to share with us. It started off as simply students are just reading the stories, like the storybooks at home, where the parents would just record a video of them reading the book. And I decided I'll take it one step further and have them actually act it out, right? So it's better if I just show you guys, yeah. So I'm gonna share the screen here with this one. Right, okay. So this is Flip, formerly Flipgrid. And I have all my groups over here on the left side. These are all the different classes I have, but here today we're focusing on Think, Read, Write. And here I have all the different stories I have. An example of one is an egg cup. Everybody knows this one, so let's jump right into here. And here I have here just a screenshot of what the story is. This, I just took a screenshot from the PDF. Put the story right here so they have direct access to it. Over here is the instructions in English and Japanese, what we want the student to do. And then they can record right from the app. So this is an app, they can do it from their computer. They can do it from a smartphone or from a tablet. I think most of the parents at home, they do it from their smartphones. So at the end of this, I'll show you guys a demonstration of how that works. But for now, I'll just show you guys the results that we have. So here is an example of a student reading an egg cup.
An egg cup, a bag, a big bag, a cup, a big cup, an egg, a big egg, kick, a big egg, an egg up, egg cup.
Yeah. And yeah, and that, and you can see them, like you see the smiles on their faces, just their confidence, like I did it, you know, which is great. Yeah, we've actually been using Flip for other videos, for the other textbooks that we use as well. And it's just, especially during the pandemic, I was just talking earlier with Ruthie, during the pandemic when, you know, everyone had their masks on in the classroom and you couldn't see the kids' faces. But using this Flip was a great way we could actually see the kids' faces because they're recording it at home, right? So a lot of times people are like, I didn't recognize the student's face because they always have their mask on. But for me, I've always seen my students' faces because we've been doing this for like the past 3 or 4 years, right? So yeah, but just recently we had to Think, Read, Write to it. So that's why I want to share it with you guys today. So this is for an egg cup. Next, I will show you an example of how we get the kids to do the plays. So At the Vet is a good one. What I did was I took the story and I just highlighted the words I want them to change in green. Okay, this is a very simple one, right? It's all the exact same pattern, same structure for everything. And then you got the vet at the end. So these are all the words that we asked them to change. And we record this as a class in the beginning. So we'll do it in the class together. So this is what that would look like. Here's an example of an in-class recording.
I'm nice. I'm big. I'm a fat pig. I'm Miffy. I'm 7. I'm a rabbit. I'm a big rabbit. I'm Wawa. I'm big. I'm a dog. I'm a hungry dog. I'm Duffy. I'm 10. I'm a bear. I'm big bear. I'm Kit. I'm so
This boy's a joker.
I'm 7. I'm sheep. I'm father sheep. I'm Minota. I'm 6. I'm 8. I'm 8. Round 8. Totoro is the pig. Miffy is the rabbit. Mama is the dog. Stuffy is the bear. Kid is the cat. Sheep is the sheep. The Minota is the egg.
I'm the vet. Bye.
Those are my stuffed animals. Yeah. I have 2 little daughters. So I just find whatever toys in my house, and then that's what we use. I do let the kids choose which toys they want, or the rock, scissors, paper, or whatever, right? And they come up with their own names. They come up with their age. They come up with their own like adjectives, like whatever they want to use, right? And they personalize it, right? They make it theirs. So this was our classes. Yes, Ruth. Minota, I think was the name. Nyota.
It's a smelly egg.
Now that you mention it, yeah. right. Very nice. So yeah, Nyota. Yeah. He came up with that all on his own, right? Yeah. So that's an example of a classroom one. When I do this, I would record my own. So I would do one for myself as a demonstration, and then of course the script is here, so the parents can always refer to the script. Like, this is what in the pond, right? This is what I want them to change, and then I even tell them right here the instructions. Oh, this is pretty important. We recommend not to take one long video, but to take multiple short videos, right? And then use your regular camera app. Take lots of videos and then upload them to the Flip app. And from there, you can cut and paste, edit the short videos together. Because some parents are trying to do it in like one long take, and the kids were struggling, and then they forget the words, and it became like this super long 10-minute video that, like if you cut it down, then you could easily make it like a minute, right? So yeah, we added this extra thing of please take multiple short videos. It doesn't put too much pressure on your kids. They don't have to memorize the whole story, and it made things a lot better. So here is an example. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but I'll show you an example of one of my videos that I would do.
In the pond is a mad, bad bomb. On the sofa is a big, strong Kirby. The bomb runs to the top. The bomb runs to the bottom. But the bomb can't swim. The bomb is mad.
Something like that, right? So then they have an idea of what to do. Let's see. This is actually a good one. Story 6, the picnic. So this is what we had them do. Okay. Replace these words. And here's an example of one of the boys who decided to change all of the characters into Pokemon. Okay. So the Pokemon version of At the Picnic.
I'm Pikachu. I have a big box. 8 Pokemon sit in the big box. Eight Pokemon sit on the big white train.
This boy's in grade 2, by the way.
Pokemon have a picnic on the big white tree. Grr, grr, grr. I'm a big bad bear. Ah, it's a big bad bear. The big bad bear has a picnic on the big white tray. Grr, grr, grr. Mmm, yummy.
Right, and that's at the picnic, right? Yeah. So one more, story 10, drop the egg. So this is the last one. Here, yeah, lots of text in this one. I'll show you an example of a video here.
Hoopy has the egg. She runs to the blanket. She runs to the tatami. She sits on the tatami, pats the egg. The otter is mad. He runs to the sofa. Hoopy is not on the sofa. The dog is mad. He hops to the blanket. Hoopy is not on the blanket. The bear is mad. He jumps to the tatami. It's Hoopy, and she has the egg.
Hoopy is the name of the owl. That's our city's mascot
To the
character.
blanket. She stops. It's Kirby. Drop the egg, Hoopy, yells Kirby. She drops the egg. Crack, crack, crack. The animals stop. What's in the egg? It's a unicorn cat. Run!
A unicorn cat. Yes, it's an evil one. Right? Yeah, that's right. Oh, sorry? Oh, yeah. That's the Think Read Write program for you guys. Yeah. Actually, that last one, that was my daughter. So, yeah. Right, so yeah, so that's how we use it for doing the stories in class, right? We also do it for extra stuff like winter holidays or summer vacation, so the kids can like share their own personal experience. Like this boy is actually, this boy in particular, he has speech problems, so he goes to like some speech therapy thing, right? But he is like super Genki, super awesome. I just wanted to share this with you guys.
How was your summer vacation?
I went to the zoo. I like elephants. It's big.
I thought it was really cool that the parents were like recording him doing this
I
at the
saw
zoo.
Mount Fuji. It's Mount Fuji.
Right.
I went to the pool. I enjoy swimming. Happy summer vacation.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Hello.
So yeah, so this is this is Flip or
This is
Flipgrid,
great.
right? Yeah,
Great.
like how to share videos. And so I just wanted to show you a quick demonstration of how it works. So I'm just going to use my smartphone here, and I'm going to share this onto the TV. So
people at home, he's going to share his phone, so we only have the camera to point at the screen because we can't share the screen.
Yeah, so this is the app right over here, right? Flip, and tap the app here. And from here, I have access to like all of the different videos that you guys just saw, right? It's all in here. And this is what the parents would use. To record an app, then I just like tap on here. And from here, hello, right? You have access to like filters and stuff. Like you can do this. Like this is all the fun stuff for kids. Like Like we encourage the parents to let the kids try to do it by themselves, and they pick up this stuff really fast, you know. So like, ooh, right? No, there's that. Like the girls love it, right? So you put on the filters. Oops, sorry, filters and all that.
Can that
stuff.
be done horizontally as well?
Yes. It could also be done horizontally. There you go. Right. Yeah, right. And and then you can set the time limit. I said it's a 5-minute time limit because we're getting all those 10-minute videos before, right? So then this forces them, depending on the topic, I might make it 2 minutes or 1 minute, right? And you do anything. You can add like stickers and all that stuff, you know, and just lets the kids like personalize it and all that stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's really fun and stuff, right? And then they'll just record a video like, you know, hello. Right? Or if I can do another video like this, yes, and I'll say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Right, there you go. And then I can play back the video. Like, oops, oh, I hit save already. All right. I will go back, play the video. Here you go.
Hello. Hello.
Sounds like that, right? And this, and then I can just post it to the topic, and then it'll become live on the topic. In the topic, it's all invitation using a code, so only the parents of the class or the TRW1. So we have 3 classes for TRW1, so all the parents of TRW1 have access to here. So only the TRW1 students will see this. It's not like public for the world to see or anything like that. So, and we tell the parents that, like, yeah, this is private in our school, but yeah, it's not, don't worry about it. We're not sharing it to the world or anything like that. And the classmates can watch each other, yes. And they can even reply to each other through either text comment or video reply, right? So in theory, you can have them like, you know, having a conversation back and forth if you want to, or there's like so many ways that this can be done. Yeah. Okay.
Do you find that
sorry.
Do you find that encourages everybody to participate because they're seeing everybody else post? And so
yes. It definitely does. The kids are happy because they can see each other, right? And the parents are happy because the parents can see progress, right? So this is like actual, you know, empirical evidence. Like your kid can read, you know, your kid can speak. So the parents love it. And we use this for our trial lessons as well. We show prospective parents, here's stuff that our kids can do, and it's a big hit. Sruthi?
So one advantage over Padlet, which is what I use, would be that it doesn't get heavy.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
right?
This is like, yeah, like YouTube or whatever. It all goes up onto the server. It doesn't get heavy or anything.
What
like that.
about archiving? Do you archive all your past story recordings and things?
Yeah, I have everything from when we first started using it.
Ah.
I have full access to, let's see.
What is the data limit, if there is one, storage
There is
limit?
no data limit.
And what is the monthly or yearly price?
It's free.
What?
Yeah, it's absolutely free to use. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, it's always been free. Yeah. No, it's always been free. I have what the flip exactly. I have right back to our 2020.
Unlimited storage.
Right.
How is that free?
I don't know. You can ask Microsoft. Microsoft owns it.
Microsoft.
Yeah.
Data mining.
No.
Yeah. All right. Moving along. Conspiracy. All right. Is that it then?
Yeah, that's everything. Great. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. We're in business, Lawrence, with bringing TRW readers to life.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so this kind of goes off of Nam, wherever he went. So we kind of did exactly what he did. We did the changing out the words and kind of making your original stories. And then I heard Nam was doing this presentation, so I had to redo my entire thing. So bringing readers to life. So the problem is, and I want to preface this. I use this, AI generated images. Yeah, so I played around a lot with this. Really fun. So I'm going to kind of also show a little bit of that. But so the problem is we have bored students. Yes. So you how do you make your lessons fun, right? So even the most interesting topic can be boring if you present it in the right way. So kind of a little plug on using AI images. I put kids bored and sleepy while reading books. These are all the images that came up, or some of the images that came up. Really cool. They're not really great. They don't know how to do glasses. This I used Canva. So Canva, you get 50 credits on a free account. This was 8 of them. I didn't know that. I used them all up. And you'll see why. You'll see why. Okay, so yeah, kids, bored students. How do we liven them up? I found this quote. I am not on any level that Jan is at. I just did a Google search, and this is the first thing that popped up that I liked. But boredom is a signal that a student has a desire for something meaningful, purposeful, and useful. I think a lot of us agree. A lot of classroom management is because kids just don't know what to do, right? And so I'm kind of going to go off of this. The question, right? So how do we get readers to be more meaningful? Yes, this is book characters coming out of a book. These are good. A lot of scary images here that you can't really see, but yeah, really disfigured people. But okay, so how do we bring them to life, right? We write personal stories about each and every one of your students, which I thought would just be time consuming and just be way too much work. But then I see what you guys are doing, and maybe that is the answer. But for my answer, no. Read louder, because students are bored, obviously, because they can't hear you, right? Or rewrite stories with popular characters violating copyright infringement. And so this was why I used all of my credits up, because if you type in Mario, you get, it doesn't meet our policies, any characters. But if you put Italian plumbers coming out of a green pipe with a dinosaur mushroom and a princess, you get these. You found the loophole. Yes, be very, very clear. And again, there's like mushrooms growing out of the dinosaurs. It's really, when you really look into it, it's funny. All right, so play around. This is why I used up all my credits. Okay, so the solution is use the stories as a base. And I think we all get this. Like whatever you have, it doesn't have to be the stories, but anything, you use it as your base and you put your creative teacher juices in there, right? So we use it as a base to make fun, creative, personalized activities. So I'm just going to go through some of the stories and then just kind of show what we did. But so book 1, story 1, Nam covered this. But what do? We make it fun, make them laugh. This is about age, nen, cho to 1st, 2nd grade. So we just do this really big, exaggerated gestures. These are... A cup. A big cup. A big cup. An egg. An egg. A big egg. A big egg. Yeah. So you be the silly one, right? The whole question is about how do you get them, do chants and acting older. You start them off young, like Ruthie says, right? You start them off young, and it's just they don't know anything else. If maybe they'll complain, but we're doing chants, we're doing acting again, fine. But they don't know anything else, right? Because that's all you've been doing. That's the first one. Story 4. This is Nam also did this one. Yeah, he acted this one out. But it's perfect for personal speeches. Yeah. And so that's what we do. So we do this, we set up the language, and students do their own speeches, right? Here. So Nam covered this, so I won't cover it. Sorry. Yes. So here are some of our students.
Hello, I'm Anaka. I'm 6. I'm a good girl. Thank you. Hello, I'm Hugo. I'm 8. I'm a boy. I'm a bad boy. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, I'm Eddie. I'm 7. I'm a girl. I'm a loud girl. Thank you.
Yeah, it's about them. They enjoy it. In the end, you let them mess up, and that's fine. We have not hecklers, but somebody was heckling her, and she liked it. Yeah, just go with it. Right? Smell. How do you? Okay, so this one, book One, story 7, what can I smell? What can I smell, right? What can I smell? How do you bring this to life, right? Eric, yeah. Eric's big fat farts or whatever they are, right? There he is. What can I smell, Eric? Yes. Well, so we found these. Yeah, I think I went to America and then just these, you know, I think a lot of us had these. Some of them smell bad. Some of them smell very good. But we had this. Some of the kids, half the kids knew what it smelled, like what the smell was, and the other half, they would have to go around, ask if they can smell, and they'd have to guess what it was. And so this is example of what they did.
Can I smell marshmallow? Can I smell cotton candy? Yes.
Yes, he had to dance. He had to. I didn't notice until I made the video. He was dancing until like the next kid came up and said, "Oh yes, what can you smell?" But this was very real to them. We did elicit scents before, and so we have cotton candy, marshmallow, and of course they have the poopy from the Elf books. But yeah, so when we use this, make it real. Story 9. This is I'm the best. I'm the best. And I kind of skipped some of these, but I think it was make it real, make it fun. This one, make them mad. So make them feel things, right? It's exactly what this is. And I got a lot of this from Ruthie, really. But I think, here we go. Rock, scissors, paper. AI generated rock, scissors, paper. It can't do fingers and chopsticks. Cannot do. It's fun. But I just want to show how all it was people playing rock, scissors, paper. That's what I put in, and this is what it showed me. Yeah. So I'm gonna kind of show you really quick how I kind of get the kids really into this before we do the story. So can we play rock, scissors, paper, guys? So rock, scissors, paper. 1, 2, 3. I win. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. Okay, so ready? Rock, scissors, paper. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. Yes. So I do this a lot. And then you really piss them off. And I'll show you. I'll show you, right? So, but the kids play this. The kids play each other. They do competitions, and I make them say, "I'm the best" at the end.
Rock, scissors, paper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah! I'm the best.
Forgot.
Rock, scissors, paper. 1, 2, 3. I'm the best. Oh my God.
Rock, scissors. I'm the best.
I'm the best. I'm the best.
Okay. Rock. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
So they know my style. They know me, but you really want to piss them off. But that's it, right? I mean, you make them feel something, and I know a lot of this was inspired by Ruth. You make them feel something, and that's where you kind of put the English in, right? And if you can kind of bring that feeling out, then you bring that English back, right? That's book 1. When it's very easy to get them to act out and do things. This is the last story, one of the last stories in book 2. Yeah, so this is kind of 3rd grade to 6th grade age. Now, how do you bring this to life? Yeah. The story is they're the shrimp, the evil shrimp, right? So they're trying to get revenge on the shrimp. I don't want to ruin the story, Marlene, you can read it, but yeah, it's an evil shrimp, and they instill the help of the purple turtle, right? But here, a lot of the phonics is here, brown and paint. A lot of the phonics are being reviewed and brought back, but it's just a recipe, right? Kind of piggybacking off of Ruthie's food example, her food analogy. We then just had kids look up recipes, and we're trying to teach them how to use tablets and how to do little Google searches as well. And so we had them put like kantan pasta or kantan gratin or easy something. So the recipe would be in Japanese, but then we taught them things like, well, tablespoon, 2 tablespoons of this. And then at the end, they had the ingredients and really simple instructions. And they presented those to us.
Hello, welcome to Cafe Parfait. What do you have? We have carbonara. We have rice. We have cafe. A parfait. How do you make it? 120 grams of bacon. 5 strawberry. 2 tablespoons ketchup. Put in the honey. Boil the pasta. Enjoy the parfait. Enjoy the carbonara. Enjoy.
That little girl that's playing rock, I'm the best. That's her brother. So they both have this. It's cute. But a lot of today's theme was also give students the ownership over it, let them be creative. And this they chose a picture, they chose a recipe. It was good, and I'm very proud of this age. It was kind of the 4th, 5th grade. It's kind of it's hard. Today's theme was it's kind of hard to get the older kids to do things, but they did wonderfully. And so I'll end with this again, right? So boredom is a signal that a student has a desire for something meaningful, purposeful, and useful. So bring the stories to life, make it personal. And my ending picture, AI picture, children in the classroom having fun, laughing, and heads exploding. And this is what came up. And I will end with that. So Canva, make a Canva account. 50 free images. Have fun. It's great. It's great. There we go.
That's it.
And with that, yes.
Any questions for Lawrence?
Recipe.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
You did they searched in Japanese and then they translated to English.
Yes. So the question was if they searched in Japanese or and translated into English. We did pre-teach kind of tablespoons and like cooking words, and they kind of searched it in Japanese and then translated into English. Our goal this year, one of our kind of new projects is to teach Google searches in English. I don't know if you heard much of Katie Kato. Her books, but she's a lot about that, giving kids the tools to do things like scaffolding each kind of skill. So yeah, hopefully this time next year we can have these kids do that project in English. Yeah. Sorry, Ruthie, you had your hand up too.
I just wanted to say about the recipe idea too. I liked how several of the more fantastical stories, you gave them real life applications, which I always forget to do. I get too into the fantasy. So like at the vet too, I always go for the fantastical, but your kids were like, oh, this is who I really am. And this is like a real recipe. And that's super important.
I could use a bit more of the fantastical, I think, in my lessons as well, though. Yes.
Cool. Yeah, that was Claire Yoshida. She took the at the vet. She took the at the vet story and then used it as a way for the kids to do like a self-introduction kind of thing. So I did that, and the kids really enjoyed it. And I have actually put all of their little profile pictures that they drew on my bulletin board in the school there, and they can all look at it. Yeah.
All right, that's nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
So this is exactly what Jan showed at the end of his presentation with the phonics anchor chant words. And I made a slide for story 1, 2, 3 from the Red Reader. And I usually use this slide with kids starter users at the end of the book. I just show them, this is story 2. What's this? What's this? What's this? It's a puzzle. What is it? Yeah. So kids are looking at the screen, figuring out what is it? And some kids get it right away. Some class struggles, like give hints like, what's the first sound of car? And then once they figure it out, it's like a game. Cup. And I made the slides for story, all the words in the story. I only have for story 1, 2, 3 because after around 3, 4, they can read. So yeah, that's it. I can share these in the group.
So I just want to recap everything from today. I started out by kind of talking about why I made the series in the first place. And pretty much everybody else talked about how they've made it better for them. They personalized it, or they use it in a different way. And then everyone's here today, whether online or in this room, sharing and learning about how to take this base thing that we put together along with a lot of very talented people, Christine and Daniel and Freeman, and all the people who've kind of helped along the way with Maria, James. So many people came together to help make this series what it is. And then you folks have just kind of taken it to another level, and you're making videos, you're rearranging stories, or you're using notebooks in a cool way, or any type of tech or whatever, and making entire new books out of the content. So I just want to say I'm just really, really happy that all of you are here, and I don't want to say honored, but in a way it's really cool to see something that started this big become this big, and it means a lot that you all made a point of coming and presenting and participating today, and the people at home as well. So I want to say thank you to you all on that note, and yeah, so thank you very much.